fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one.
I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the
Oh, that was...
No! Fuck you! No! Woman,
Don't hurt her!
are we back? Wait, shit.
Did I...
Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye?
I can't do shit, I'm stuck.
He can't.
I'm pressing everything. I can't do it.
He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years.
Of being
And
insane.
be polite. Give them the
He had a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his ball water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. You know, sometimes life throws you a few curveballs. Life drags its nuts all over your fucking face. And all you can really do about it, is wait until it's over. That was last week for me. You see, I had a really, really interesting experience after my PC broke. And I'm just going to need to look back because I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, you can. Okay, good. What in the hell? God damn it, I had something planned. And now it's not fucking working. Oh, now it's working. Oh, great. There we go. You know, sometimes life really does kick you in the fucking nuts when you're not thinking about it. It really drags its balls all over your face. So, you know, last week, my PC broke. My stream PC. Then my other PC broke, which was fine. That was like a me problem. I hadn't put thermal paste on the GPU in quite a while, and so, you know, I just needed to fix that. That was an easy fix. But while I was getting my PC fixed, the final part of me dealing with that legal case bullshit that I've been dealing with for a while has happened. It has occurred, if you will. For you see, that piece of shit who was living on my property finally showed up, collected all their shit, and fucked right off after I told them that their time is up. It's get your shit and get the fuck off my property, or I'm gonna throw it on my lawn and set it on fire. And they were like, oh shit, okay. So they finally got all their shit out of my house. Now you see, while they were here, they were living in like a part of my house that's got like a room, a kitchen, a bathroom, you know, a toilet, shower, all of that shit. And what I had done before they'd moved in was I had decided that it is fine if the primary crack house that I live in is a little bit fucked up, right? So I fixed up their piece of the house that they were living in. I painted the walls. I reset everything. I spent like a decent chunk of money fixing everything. And now that it's empty, I finally managed to get in there. And I think it's only right that after all this time, after all this bitching I've done, I think it's only right that you and me get to take a look at what happened to the beautiful room with the white walls and the gorgeous toilet and everything that I put my fucking money and time and effort into. I think it's time we took a look at what the fuck's happening in this room. Now you may notice something as we look through this window together. Hold on, let me just put that down. You may notice that these walls are not exactly what you'd call white. They're a little bit of a different shade. And you know, the fuck is that? Why does the sink look like that? Hold on, let's go find out. Huh. You know what's really interesting about the sink? First time I went in there, that's not the sink I installed in this fucking room when I redid this place, when I moved into this crack house. The sink I installed was a nice white porcelain embedded sink into a countertop made of wood. Because I figured, you know what, fuck it, there's got to be some goddamn dignity here if I'm taking care of someone else. Someone whose mother took care of me for my entire life. What the fuck do you think happened to my sink? What the fuck is this? Well, you know what, it's not too bad, at least. Because if you look over there, right, at least they left some free raisins for me in the sink, right? They left some delicious little treaties over there for me to go and get them. So, oh, fuck. Let's just, give me a second. We've got to take a nice little closer look. Just make sure that we're seeing the full picture. Ugh. Now, I wonder what those raisins in the sink are. God damn it, now the fucking overlay has to break. God damn it, I tested this. I tested this shit non-stop, and now it's not fucking working. There we go. Where is it? God damn it. Don't do this to me. Huh, there we go. Hold on a second. That's not a fucking raisin. That's not a raisin at all. Now, for some lovely context here, just so you all know, for months now, for fucking months, my wife and I have been getting roaches appearing in my house. And this is a pretty big concern because we're like, what the fuck? Where are these fucking things coming from? For months, we've been clean sweeping our house every single month. We have been fumigating everything except that one room. We've been spending so much goddamn money trying to keep our house clean because we're like, what the fuck? Where the fuck is this coming from? We keep the house pristine. Like, at worst, there's like a dirty dish that's left out for like 1 or 2 days, right? Turns out I found where the nest was. It was in the fucking bedroom that this person was staying in. It turns out that they don't know how to take care of a goddamn thing. And they left these little fuckers all over the place. Now, for the last 3 days, I have been fumigating the shit out of that room, and there are still living cockroaches down there. I've been doing my fucking best to get rid of them. In my beautiful sink. My beautiful new sink. That's not the porcelain one I installed. Where the fuck did that go? Now, I'm gonna leave you guys with a question here before I can actually go back and start reading the chat here. I want to ask you a question. If you were working for someone and they were providing you with housing, like a place to stay, right? They were providing you with like a region in which you could live, where you could take your family. And where you could use free electricity and water. Where the walls are white and pristine, and you've got all the space and time you need. Come on. Come on, goddammit. Tell me. Would you turn it into this fucking disaster? And by the way, this is after 4 rounds of disinfection with bleach. I've literally had to buy industrial level bleach that is like 15% hypochlorate sulfide. And I'm going to have to clean this fucking place out again. These walls, all of these walls that you see right here, were pitch fucking black when I walked in there. There was black mold everywhere. There were roaches fucking everywhere. Look at it. It's fucking beautiful, isn't it? Every single one of these walls was covered in mold, and I had to spend 3 days like trying to disinfect the entire place. I think I'm actually going to have to peel the paint off and repaint this entire place. And here's the fun part about the story. Yesterday, I called a cleaning service because I was like, look, I'm doing my fucking best. I don't know what to do. I cannot afford a cleaning service to come and clean out this room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to book someone that I can consult with so they can tell me what to do so I can clean it out myself. Because no matter how fucking hard I try, I cannot clear out this goddamn disaster for the life of me. Guy shows up, takes one look at that room, and do you know what he says to me? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to declare this entire room a biohazard. I'm gonna show you how to clean it, but you're gonna need to get yourself a hazmat suit, one of those masks, some PPE, some goggles and shit. You're gonna have to get industrial grade fucking bleach. You're gonna have to wipe this entire room out, destroy everything, and start again from scratch. And so that's gonna be my weekend. Is me fucking destroying this goddamn room because they fucked it up so goddamn badly. It is a literal biohazard. They had to put yellow fucking tape on the doors. It's like marked for inspection. The guy has to come back later because that room is apparently so goddamn bad that's fucked up. That it might actually be a danger to my family and my neighbors. That's how badly this person fucked up the room that they lived in after destroying my internet connection, after stealing my shit, and on the way out, they stole half the shit out of my goddamn garage. And you know what? The only thing I have to say is that after all of that suffering, all of that struggle, it was all worth it just to get this person out of my life. This person is a fucking demon. A demon of Nurgle, based on the way this fucking room looks. And here's a fun little thing I got to learn from the sanitary inspector guy that I was asking for help from. It turns out that when you've got a high concentration of black mold in a room, it can literally cause neurological damage to who's ever in close contact to it for a long period of time. Hey, did I tell you that she dumped her 3 kids in that room alone and abandoned them there for fucking months at a time? Those kids are fucked. So not only did she screw me over, not only did she destroy my house, she literally destroyed her own children's health in the process, just to try and scam me out of money and steal as much as she could from me. Isn't that impressive? Goddamn, I'm so excited. So that was an interesting part of my
the
fucking
tribe curse actually worked on her family.
the tribe curse actually worked on her. Filter, you might not be wrong about that. Holy shit. Hold on, let's turn off the horror music here, because that shit was goddamn. That was a real special moment for me. I want you to know that. Do you have a ventilation plan when you go to deep clean it? No. I'm the same safety inspector who helped me out. He is gonna go out of his way to give me an entire, like, he's giving me the regulation documents on how to clean it. Because he's like, you're going to need to do this. If you cannot afford a professional service to do this, which I can't, you're going to need to follow these instructions very stringently. So that's going to be my fucking weekend, is trying not to die from the fucking horror show in that room. Isn't that impressive? Have you ever met someone who could do that much damage to a room? To a single room. And yes, it was super. That was from Jack 2, that music. That was the sewer level. Is that not amazing? We culture people thrive. So basically, this is the summation of that entire story. A lip sync issue. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen using a wireless mic. How can you tell? Did you give it a try? I don't know. I don't know. The delicious looking fucking, you know, the beautiful looking wriggling fucking cockroach that I sprayed 7 different times with fucking Doom is still alive, somehow wriggling in the goddamn sink. He's out of mana. What's he supposed to do for you? But he's still there. Your walls. You have no idea. You have no idea how bad it is. And that's after cleaning it 3 separate times. It's beautiful. I need to up the points on that. I see we got some people who are already cranking out that fucking timeout thing. Of course it's super. Yeah, there it is. Okay, fine. Fine. I think I'm gonna crank up the
Rose, your walls look like you let someone rub their hot balls on your walls, leaving black Nika residue on it.
Oh Jesus, timeout is 10 minutes. Holy shit, I wanted a timeout for like a minute. I'll just have to untime them out in a second. I have to set that up so that it's more automated. So, yes, and guess what, Jimmy? You have no idea. That is after cleaning the walls 3 separate times with bleach so fucking strong it was burning my goddamn eyes. Those walls were pitch black with black mold. God damn, it was so amazing. It was so incredible. It was so fucking beautiful. Going in there and seeing the den of Nurgle. People think that fucking Asmongold knows what the fuck is up. No. No, he's not even close. Holy shit. This person I had on my property is the real fucking demon of Nurgle. Like the fucking great unclean one. Her and her kids are living in this fucking filth. And you know what the worst part is about this? Every single week, I would ask her, do you need help cleaning out that room? Do you need assistance getting shit disinfected in that room? Are you sure you're okay? And every single time they said, no, it's fine. It's fine. Every single time. Every single goddamn time. Damn, it was bad. Keep running hot water so there's a... So basically this is what they did. Joe's kind of got it right, Jimmy. So this is what they did. They basically spent the entire month running boiling hot water through a sink into a drain that I was not allowed to access because my lawyer was like, you have to tank the hit. If you go in there, they can use it as liability against you. You have to tank the hit, just wait until it's over, do everything legally, give them no ground on a legal standpoint, and you will be perfectly fine. So they've been running water non-stop. They used every piece of electricity that they could non-stop. They blew my bills through the fucking roof. Running all that hot water created this misted steam in this room, right? Which damaged all the paint on the walls and started growing mold everywhere. And so the black mold started growing into the walls.
Oh my God, Taylor Swift is getting married.
What the fuck? Yeah, what's a TCS takes a while. I'm still trying to fix the Tangier. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Auntie Ruckus was right. She fucking was, Syro. This bitch did everything in her power to ruin my life, ruin my family's life. Now I can tell you about the other things that she did, and I'm not sure if I mentioned them. But now that it's over and it's settled, and this person's out my life, and all their shit's gone, and I can now go into that room, and I'm gonna need to like spend weeks disinfecting it with industrial grade disinfectant, peeling the paint off the walls, resetting everything, turning that place into a fucking laundry room, because I'm gonna have to do that by myself. Effectively, God, you threw me off by putting on the fucking ball cam. God damn it. Basically, they didn't just threaten me with lawsuits and try and pull a fucking fight club on me and all of this shit. Do you know what they also did? They sent people to my house. They sent like 5 or 6 black dudes to my house with weapons. They put my family in danger. Now, thankfully, under the lawyer's instructions, I'd already, like, paid off the local security to be around my house when, like, you know, monitoring my house. Is there still a lip sync issue? That's very strange. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Let me see. Let me see if we can fix that. Let me see what you mean. Testing. See what you mean. No, it looks good. Testing. See, it's working fine. I think that's probably a Twitch issue then. Quite so that's either a Twitch issue or it's yeah, it's probably a Twitch issue. So, this person sent like 4 or 5 fucking black guys with fucking weapons to my house. Now, luckily, I'd paid off the security in the local area to be like patrolling around my house, and so these fucks got nailed immediately. So this person threatened my life, threatened the family, like the life of my kid.
You can lock me
up,
up,
my wife,
but I will be there, in your head, in your walls.
Damn, that one took a while, Ashura. I'm not sure why there's such a long delay on the Tenji. I'm gonna have to check that. They tried to sue me, which didn't work out because they had no legal ground to stand on. They tried to make me out to be someone who wanted to murder them, murder her kids. She left her kids on my property in the hopes that she could then put a kidnapping charge on me and say that I was holding her kids hostage. She abandoned all her shit and then wanted to try and sue me for damage to property, but I never touched any of her shit, but that didn't work. This person did everything under the fucking sun to ruin my life. And I was so lucky that I contacted this fucking labor lawyer who was just sitting there like, yeah, I've seen this playbook before. I know every trick under the sun. I've been here since day one. So what's up, Sarah? I've seen all of it. And so I just followed his instructions and everything was fine. Your life sounds like an art house movie. I have no idea what an art house movie is. But at least that's sorted. The only other issue that I had to deal with was my PC, which was almost a relief. So my stream PC, as you may or may not know, this beautiful piece of shit under my desk, I took it to the Chinese tech priest I know. And that man worked his magic. He was like, it's impressive that the GPU is cracked but still working. That shouldn't be happening. Then it was like, I'll tell you what. I can fuse it so that it's still in place. But at some point, it's going to break and be irreparable. And then you're going to need to replace it. And I was like, fuck it, fusing it in place sounds cheaper. Do that for me. And he did it. And now it works perfectly. It hasn't failed me once. And I was so excited to deal with any other problem except this person who was a nightmare in my life. It was so good not having to deal with them. Have your homosexual dad fuck her dad. No, her dad's dead. Her dad's long dead. This person is a grown-ass human being who is like age 45. With 3 kids, living on my property and 15 boyfriends that she had rotating in and out of my goddamn house. Fuck's sakes. I still don't know how you're doing that with Tangi. I've been looking for that button to turn that off and it's still there. Her dad's dead. Okay, and you can't find the fucking body. I already told you the story. Her mom is a woman who raised me. She married some dude, right, who was going somewhere in life, and then he became an alcoholic, fell off the wagon, and then one day he just vanished. He just disappeared and never came back. Typical black father story, but in this country, what that means is not that dad went and got milk in another state. What that means in South Africa is that guy's fucking dead, and the body is gone. Do you know what the murder conviction rate in my country is? It's like 3%. So you can't even find a body to fuck. That's the problem. That's the issue. Now, I'm finally back. I'm fucking happy to be back. Shit's looking up. It's my time to shine. A whole bunch of shit has gone down the shitter. Like everyone's life seems to be falling apart all of a sudden. YouTube suppressing content and has now been caught out with doing that shit. Fucking Josh Drive Hayes is making spicy takes out of nowhere. God damn. Like people are giving up on Twitch streaming. Twitch is seeing the lowest viewer count it has ever seen for the last 5 years after getting rid of all the view bots. Twitch is gonna die. And I'm excited to watch it burn. Because the only... I'll say this again. I've said this so many times. The only good part about Twitch is the people on it. That's the best part of Twitch. That's the only reason to actually stream to Twitch. Unironically, you are literally the best part of Twitch. And that's not a compliment, that's just a statement of fact. Odd House movies are like niche, non-mainstream. Think City of God, District 9. Aha, okay. Well, no, it wasn't that exciting. It was just stressful. Sure, it was really just stressful. Now then, let's start exactly where the title says. And we'll move forward from there. There's a lot of videos in the Discord I've got to look at. I'm excited to start playing Guild Wars 2 again and finally move into Living World Season 3 and then eventually into the expansion. And then I've got a little game that I want to show you. I've got a little game I want to show you before we start playing Guild Wars 2, and it's right here in the background. Now, this is a game I've been thinking about touching for a while. The same way a Roblox YouTuber thinks about touching kids. No, that's a lie. I'm a Roblox dev. The YouTubers on Roblox are trying to stop them touching kids. Now, this meme that is my desktop, only a few people will register what this is. And you know what? Fuck it. I think I want to show you what this fucking weaponized autism is right now. And then we'll look at some videos afterwards, right? We'll start with a game. We'll work backwards. That's what we'll do today. So we'll start here. Because while I was getting an inspection done, while I was getting a bunch of work done on my house, where, you know, I had a guy coming in and being like, yo, just so you know, I'm declaring part of your house a fucking biohazard. Why is there a Skaven? Do you see those little dots on the screen, Ashura? Do you know what all these little dots are? Those are rats. So, this is a little game that I picked up for a little while. This week, while I had some downtime. I've seen Benji's videos on these things, and I decided, you know what, fuck it. Let me try this weaponized autism out for a little bit. Now, don't believe my play. Just to make this clear, this playtime is a lie. Mostly because I fell asleep in my chair. I went into like a kind of a sleep coma for like 9 hours or so. So minus 9 hours from that, and that's about my playtime. Right? It's a fun little game. It's a neat little distraction. I'm going to show you where I currently am. Right? And then I'll start a fresh run. Right? So the way this game works, it's a neat little pixel art game. Where you take a deck, you build out the way you want the game to work, and it's like a tower defense wave kind of game. You take a deck, not a deck. That's another thing. So you may have noticed some big fucking numbers. You may have noticed that there was no wave there. It completely disappeared immediately. This is what I call the rat build. There's just rats. That's it. It's just rats. Everything I'm doing is just rats. So, I'll show you how this works, right? This is like a completed run. I could basically take this entire run to level 100. I can, and then it goes into like an infinite mode, and it goes as high as you can get it, right? Now, with this build, with the King of Progress that I've got here on screen, I could run this infinitely, right? The way I have this set up, there is no end. The game finishes when my PC crashes from too many numbers being calculated too quickly, all at the same time. That's where I'm currently sitting with this. Turn that off.
Rogan just tipped
Nope. Hold on. Just put some music back on here. I was playing this silently. So let's just crank up this. So you get some idea of what this sounds like. There you go. Right? Now this is what I call an infinite run. And the king I'm playing as can do this as an infinite run right now. And luckily I'm not playing this on my stream PC, I'm playing this on my main PC that I had to reseat the GPU on because it was crashing on me when I was playing this game. This game is so impressive to me, it actually helped me fix my PC. It actually made me stop being a lazy fuck and reapply thermal paste to my GPU so it would stop crashing. And the name of this game is 9Kings. Now, this run I'm gonna end here, right? Because a lot of what you're seeing here is like high level, doesn't make sense. You're not understanding what the fuck's going on, right? But that's like, I wanted to show you the kind of end game kind of region of this. Before we restart. Just lead a Bava Nisos meta kind of proud. Oh, you led one. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm assuming that's Guild Wars 2. I'm not good enough at the game. So, because I beat the game, I went through 25 waves. It allows me to bump up the difficulty one set. So, we're going to start here, right? This game is not out yet. It's kind of like a shit. They're still pushing. But it's actually pretty great. This is some good shit, right? So, you get a set of cards here. You get to play as one of these kings. Now, my personal favorite king to play as is the King of Progress, right? But you don't just hop in here, click play. You set up some perks first. This is my perk setup for the King of Progress, right? All I care about is getting as many rats as possible on a high level and making my mothership as powerful as possible. So I'll do a run with the King of Progress to show you what this looks like. and we're very likely going to die very, very fucking quickly because I'm playing on King 5. I mean King 6. And that's how many difficulty levels there are. Right? Then I'll show you a build with maybe another king, just to give you an example. So these are your cards that you get that are related to the King of Progress. When you play this game, this is what it looks like. Wonder if that's a little bit too loud. Let's just bump that down a little bit. So, you'll notice I've got one card in my hand right now. I take this card and I decide where my main base is going to go on these tiles right here. Right, so I'm going to put my mothership right back here. I'm going to turn off autoplay so that you can see what I'm doing. Now I've got 4 cards. What happens next is I have to play 2 of these cards, and when you've got 2 cards in your hand, that's when the wave arrives, right? So currently I've got 2 useless cards and 2 ones that are actually beneficial. So I'm going to upgrade my mothership using another mothership card, and I'm going to put some defenders on the field. And the special part about the King of Progress is you have a mothership that does damage to shit. Now, because I defeated the King of Blood and his shitty little wave on round 1, I get to decide which of his cards I get to steal from him. So Vampirism, that buffs one of my units. A Mangler is basically a turret. And a Demon Altar means that every time one of my guys dies, a demon shows up, basically. That gets permanently stronger over time. I quite like this card, but it's also a waste for what I need. You see, I need King of Progress cards right now based on my build. So we're just going to drop that there. And we're going to deal with some of his units. I've slowed the game down so that it makes more sense. And I'm not rushing through things. So you'll see a little battle occurs here. I do a little bit of damage with my mothership. He kills all my units, and now I have to try and kill all his shit before they hit my base. If I manage to do that, I get to the next round. If I don't, I lose one of my 3 lives. Ooh. So that was the King of Greed. So now I get to steal one of his cards. All of these are fucking worthless. But there's an upgrade mothership card there. I like that. So now I do more damage with my mothership. Right? I think I actually lose this round now. Because I'm not going to have enough to defend. So I might lose a life here. No. Looks like I'll be okay. Demons are strong, but demons are slow. Lots of health, very slow movement, so they take forever to get to the tower, so they will die before they even get there. So next round, new set of cards. I'm going to get another mothership card, and now we get a Royal Decree. This is like a perma buff to everything that we've got. Now, I don't like any of these, so I'm going to re-roll. I chose a perk that lets me re-roll for free, otherwise I would be spending gold to re-roll. All of these kind of suck, but I don't want to waste my re-rolls. I want to get some rats out on the field. So we're going to upgrade the mothership again. And you'll notice that the waves get progressively bigger and more difficult. I think I'm already dead because I haven't got rats out on the field. This is... I've got to say this now. This game is weaponized autism. Right? Something about this game has a very addictive gameplay loop, and I'm not quite sure why. It's really, really fun. And really enjoyable to just sit here, vegetating out like a retard, staring at these little mini units, watching them fight each other. And if you want to know how much weaponized autism this is, so there you see, I lose a life. If you want to know how much weaponized autism this is, I've gotten every single achievement in this game in like the last 2 days. I don't do that with games. I don't chase achievements, but I wanted to with this. So So let's see if we can try and find some rats. There we go. There's some rats. Now, I've buffed my rats using my perks. So when I drop this on the field, I'm not going to have a level 1 rat. I'm going to have a level 4 rat. I'm upgrading pirate software as much as I can. So now I've got pretty strong rats, but I think I still lose this round because he's got thieves. And we're dealing with the King of Greed, who does a lot of damage, and mercenary units have a very high health pool. So I think I'm fucked either way. Yeah, he's gonna get me. So the PC was fine, you just need an excuse to binge that game. No, this is the thing, my PC was actually kind of fucked. I had to reseat my GPU, I had to put thermal paste on it, which I haven't done for years because I'm a lazy fuck. And this game helped me fix that. Now, I'm going to choose this overhaul mechanic, because this card in particular upgrades other units at the sacrifice of 1. And what you'll notice about the rat units over here, right, is every time you level something up that's adjacent to the rat unit also levels up. This is a Jordan Peterson lecture now. So I'm going to use overhaul on that. It's probably going to upgrade my mothership, or that unit, or both of them. Or it's going to upgrade my rats, which allows me to scale with rats. Nah, I got unlucky. But at least I got stronger defenders. Maybe we win this round. Maybe we lose. Nah, I think we lose. Yeah. Executioners kill my rats. I don't do enough damage to deal with these. And I'm going to lose this round. Now, my favorite part about the King of Progress is when you're playing the King of Progress, you either win really, really fast, or you lose really, really fast. So you don't waste too much time trying to think about things. The RNG either fucks you, or it works to your advantage. Now, the reason I like this game a lot is because it's an excuse to not lose my soul playing Balatro. Because if I touch Balatro, I've looked at the gameplay of Balatro, because Jimmy kept on nagging me about it, and holy fucking shit, I'm gonna lose my life if I play Balatro. This is like... this is one level below that crack. Which I think is pretty fantastic. So let's see if I can get some more rats. Burning through gold. No rats. Fuck. I'm screwed. Now things are gonna go bad. And we'll speed it up a bit. Just because I like playing on the highest speed. I like losing or winning really, really fast. Oh, look at that. We actually survived this. That's shocking. We get a sacrifice card. Let's use the sacrifice card to upgrade our rats. And I want to fight the King of Nomads because he's got something called camps. He's German, so he's really good at camps. And camps give you a permanent 2% upgrade every single round. Oh no, we're fucked. Yeah, okay, we're fucked. Yep, we're fucked. Whoop. Maybe not? No, we're fucked. So there you go. You play anything if it's not Warframe. Warframe's dangerous for me to play. I will sit in this chair and do nothing else. You get an ultra wide. Now, this is a curved monitor that I got secondhand. It just had like a fucked up port in the back, which is like a really easy fix. Facebook Marketplace has been a fucking blessing for me. So you see I lost, so I decided, fuck it. Let's play a different king. I'll play my other favorite, which is the King of Blood. Right? King of Blood. Different set of perks. As you can see, I've kind of set this one out differently, right? I'm using amplifiers to try and get my base as high as possible. Now, you saw with the King of Progress that you have a floating mothership that runs around. The King of Blood doesn't get a floating mothership. The King of Blood summons, like, invincible units that do damage, but also enemies ignore, so they just run at your tower. And we're going to play this on the highest difficulty, so this is probably not going to go the way I want it to. So we're gonna put down our little ching chong building, and we're gonna get some suicide bombers out on the map, and we'll be fine. So you see those little white units? Those are the imps. This right here is one of the most overpowered cards in this fucking game. If you can scale with a camp and let it give you 2% damage every single turn on something like your main tower, you can insta-win. If you get it right, but I think I'm fucked here. Yeah, I'm fucked. I won't survive this one. I'll lose a life. And we will go with imps. We'll drop these on the map. I just need more chaff, basically, to slow these guys down. And hopefully do enough damage that, you know, I can survive the next round. But I don't think I do. Nope. I'm dead. You see, I don't have a high enough level for this difficulty. Let's see. Let's go for vampirism. And let's see, with the Royal Edict, doubles the maximum quantity of the imps that I summon, or regain all my lost lives. I should take rebirth. This is the right decision to take in this, because I've got one life left. But I like playing with my balls on the table. So we'll give our bombers a little bit extra damage with a buff. And we'll summon double the amount of imps and see if we can survive. Nope, we're fucked. So what's really fun about this game is it's incredibly frustrating. And every time you lose, it's like, what the fuck do you mean I lose? I need to do it again! And then you keep hitting quick restart, and then before you realize that 8 hours have passed in the day and you're screwed. So what would I give this as an indie game? I'd give this game like a fucking 7 out of 10. It's fantastic. No, that's an IGN score. You know what? An 8 out of 10. This game is weaponized autism for people who love numbers. So I genuinely think if you can get this game on sale, you should give it a try. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. So we'll stop there. That's my little thing. So as you can see here, I went to like year 439. I think I played this particular campaign until year 500, and then I was like, nah, I want to restart. But yeah, it's real fun. I love this game so much. And now I'm never going to touch it again, or I'm going to lose my life to it. And that's exactly what I mean when I say that there are certain games out there that I will not play. Just because if I do, I will disappear. You'll never see me stream again. I'll just play a game like that non-stop. Now then, on to the more important parts of this. Now that I've given you a little bit of a precursor into that. We've got some interesting shit happening in the last week. And I'm sure some of you have picked up on what's been going down. YouTube's been suppressing views. We finally got some indicators of it. So, where I want to start this, before we look at some videos, is right here. So, this is something that YouTube has. It's called restricted mode. Right? And for those who don't know what restricted mode is, you can go onto YouTube and change a setting, and an AI will determine whether your YouTube channel is worth people watching, depending on whether it thinks your content is too spicy or not. It's basically bitch mode for YouTube. Now, if you turn on restricted mode and you go to my main channel, it'll tell you I have 0 fucking videos. YouTube does not like a single one of the videos that I put out on my main channel. None. Fuck all. It is empty. Every single long form video is gone. And if you go to the second channel, every single one of my videos except these are deemed unsafe according to YouTube. Isn't that fascinating? And none of the live streams are there because I swear like a goddamn sailor. Now, why I'm telling you all of this? What's up, Wojciech? How you doing? Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. I actually don't appreciate it because you're making my tax harder. But thank you. You bastard. So, why I think this is important and why I think that people need to pay attention to what's happening in restricted mode. This is my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory about restricted mode when it comes to YouTube. This is normal YouTube. This is restricted mode YouTube. By default, restricted mode is off, right? If you turn it on, everyone's videos disappear. AI established you're already an enemy. Yes, it did, actually. Unironically, yes. So, this is why I think this is important. When you are in restricted mode, a bunch of your videos disappear. Which means they've got an AI tracking what they think is worth being on their platform or not. If your videos go into some form of restricted mode, I am willing to bet that in the background, this AI is telling YouTube any of the videos here that are available should not be pushed out to a wider audience. And they are using this AI in restricted mode to say, okay, do not push anything out where there's a swear word, where someone does something spicy, where someone does something entertaining. Anything that they feel is not safe for fucking babies under the age of 4 will not show up or be pushed as hard as possible by the AI. Anything that does show up here, the AI has every incentive to put ads on these videos and to push them as hard as possible in the algorithm. You ever seen those videos on YouTube where it's popping the fuck off, it's got millions of views, and you watch that video thinking it's going to be good, and you're like, this is the most bland, retarded shit I've ever seen. How the fuck did this get so many views? Have any of you experienced that when you scroll through your YouTube feed? They're going to lose so much ad revenue. No, they're not. They're just going to change where the ad revenue comes from, Joe. So if any of you have noticed that these big videos that pop the fuck off, you watch them and they're goddamn retarded and they're a waste of your time, I'm willing to bet it's because anything interesting that people do is deemed unacceptable by this AI and will never hit a trending. It'll never hit the trending tab. It'll never be something that the algorithm pushes. And now YouTube's refusing and refuses to make a statement on whether this AI affects things that are in the unrestricted category. And I'm willing to bet it does. Now that, for now, that is a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. But give it a few months, and I'm willing to bet we're going to find out that YouTube uses this AI to make sure that none of your content is ever seen. Isn't that amazing? Kids are only allowed to watch Minecraft or Roblox Predators. Yes, exactly. Sarath, exactly. Unironically, that's what I think is going down here. So, Twitch is removing bots and is at the lowest viewership possible. YouTube is restricting videos and using an AI to decide what gets pushed on their channel. Man, it's looking like content creation's not a good job to have. And that just makes me excited to do more of it. Because I just love doing it. I do this shit for the love of the game. And what's really, really fun about this is even pissed off Josh Strifehaze of all people. Even he is weighing in on this topic. The stream is also getting censored. Absolutely. Every single stream I've had, the AI has deemed unacceptable if you put it into restricted mode. Every single time I try to look at any of the streams that happen on this channel on YouTube, it just shows me a little loading circle and nothing ever shows up. Ever. So, you know who's going to suffer from this, Joe? It's not YouTube. It's not Google. It's anyone who makes anything entertaining. Anyone who makes a spicy joke. Anyone who says fuck once in their video is screwed. You even broach a spicy topic and YouTube decides you're not worth the time. Do you think now is a good time to do the nighttime gardening? I'm not sure what you mean. So, YouTube views on many human channels seem to be down across the board. And this is what's interesting. Soulman has been complaining to me that a bunch of his videos have not been hitting the view count that are anywhere close to what he would expect. Benji's channel is fucked. Because I think he's been put on a red flag list somewhere. Anyone who does something or has a spicy take is now on YouTube's shit list using their AI. It's also probably tied to credit card companies censoring games. It might be, Sarath, but I'm willing to bet this is more of a push from advertisers, right? Because advertisers are 90-year-old fucking prudes who sit in an office who are terrified of anyone ever saying a bad word or having a spicy take, and they want none of their ads near that. So I'm willing to bet that this is a push coming from advertisers, and it kind of matches up with how Steam is being fucked over by credit card companies. It kind of matches up a little bit. But this seems like a larger push for censorship across the internet. We've seen this with the UK, we've seen this with Australia, we've now seen this with Steam and the games on there, we've seen this with the payment processors, and now we're seeing this with YouTube. At first, sure, but viewer retention will go down over time. Less watch time, less revenue. Yes. But they have enough people who are so fucking addicted to their platform, Joe, that they will watch whatever slop they can. Even if they hate it. Most people, I'm willing to bet, this is just a theory, but most people, I'm willing to bet, don't watch YouTube the way they used to. The previous format that people would watch YouTube is they would sit down at a desk or open their phone, lie in bed, watch whatever they're watching, go, that was a good video, that was a bad video, comment, subscribe, whatever the fuck. And also thank you for the sub, Edward. I nearly missed that one. You bastard. Damn, it's been 9 months. I hope you're ready for child support. Damn it, you fucking threw me off here. Oh yeah, the way people watch YouTube. The way people watch YouTube now is not the way they used to. No one's sitting down and watching a video. What they've got is they've got it open on a second monitor, or they've got it on their phone, and they're listening to it in like earphones, earbuds that are wireless or whatever the fuck, and they're doing something. So anyone who's doing something in the day needs to be distracted by 5 million different things. That's why TikTok's such a huge deal for younger generations. I'm willing to bet viewership's going to drop for anyone like me. Viewership's going to drop for anyone like Sawman. Viewership's going to drop across the board for gaming channels because certain games have video game violence in them, or blood or gore, or a character says fuck in the video game that you have no control, and you can be the world's most wholesome person. You play Yakuza, you're getting no views. That's just how it is. EU is moving towards internet censorship. They're trying to push a law to allow the EU government to check all your chats and stop messages before being sent. Yes, I've seen that. The UK's gone. I'm sorry, but I think the UK and the EU in particular are gone. I don't think there's any fighting back. I think we blinked. And I hope I'm wrong. And I hope you bet against me. And I hope that that this changes. But I don't think it will. I think that China having a walled garden internet is like that was like the beta. That was the beta test for what's coming in the EU. Because they're going to have walled garden internet soon. And maybe, if you're really fucking unlucky, that's coming to the land of the free. It's coming to the US soon as well. It's going to be very, very disappointing to see. So while AI content, which is faster and cheaper to produce, is seemingly being pushed more on recommended pages. Yes, Linus Tech Tips and Second Wind Group have both made videos discussing this. So, this is another problem that YouTube's facing currently. Why the fuck would anyone bother making high quality content for any other reason than it's a hobby when you can just get a bunch of AI slop cranked out that people will watch anyway? You said that people are watching things on a second monitor. You're literally on a second monitor for me, and I'm listening while getting ready to strip my garden of weeds right now. Exactly. Exactly. People watch on a TV in the background while they're making dinner. People listen in like headphones while they're at the gym. I do this as well. The way the content consumption culture of YouTube has changed. And guess what? A lot of AI slop is now coming down the pipeline, and real people with real channels, they're gone. Unless something changes fundamentally about the platform, everything is going to be AI on YouTube soon. Now, there's two ways that I see this panning out. Either YouTube starts putting restrictions on AI content, or another platform shows up, refuses to allow AI content, and that's going to be the place you go when you want to deal with a real human being. But I'm willing to bet that because YouTube's such a big platform, everyone is just going to focus on just consuming as much AI slop as possible. Here's a good test. I want you to do this. I want you to take your phone, go to YouTube, go to the shorts, and start scrolling through shorts. How many of those have an AI voice attached to them? How many of those is someone else has stolen someone else's content, put a voiceover of AI, made up some bullshit story that doesn't actually match the content, and just cranks out like 700,000 views in a day? Real channels are dying. And I promise you, Wojciech, thank you very much for that compliment, but you don't need to dick ride me here. I promise you, 1 inch is huge. That's what I keep telling my wife. I was in the UK for a couple of days 2 weeks ago and instantly got a warning about having my VPN on the second I connected. Yeah, VPNs are fucked as well. That business model's going out the window because governments have decided they don't like the idea of you having internet freedom. That's gone as well. Now, Josh had a little bit of a follow-up here that I bookmarked, but I haven't read. So if you use YouTube, you need to read this. Videos are being hidden, and I can prove it. Click YouTube profile icon and look at the restricted mode. If off, you will see every video by the creator you follow. If on, YouTube will use an AI to limit the videos you see. Thanks for the follow, Felinus. Yeah, God, I fucking definitely mispronounced that. So you go to restricted mode, and here's a good example. Unrestricted mode, unrestricted mode, restricted mode. It starts deleting videos and making sure that people can't see it. So, imagine you are some guy who's made this your job, who is entirely reliant on the revenue that you extract from YouTube, which is a terrible idea, by the way. And their AI decides, fuck you. You're not allowed to do this anymore because we don't like the content you put out, regardless of how much effort and energy and how many people actually want to see your content. We're not going to push this. And I'll tell you why I have this conspiracy theory. Have any of you noticed when you're watching something on YouTube, when you are, you've clicked the bell, you've subscribed to your favorite creator, You've done all this shit, and no matter what happens, YouTube refuses to notify you about the video that you care about this content creator who does entertaining stuff that you personally like. I'm willing to bet that the AI that's in restricted mode is the same AI that's decided it's not going to notify you of new videos. And I see no reason why they wouldn't do that. Josh is a wholesome content creator, so if he gets censored, we're fucked. Everyone is fucked. YouTube is literally gonna be a baby-proofed bitch space in the future. Kind of like me redeeming this camera. Yeah, this fucks me. This is now a restricted video because of this camera angle. There's nothing you can do to solve this problem. Stop saying AI, people made the decisions. No, people made the decisions, but they strapped a retarded AI to it. And everyone thinks that this AI is going to be God because they're so fucking stupid they don't understand how limited, how bad an AI is at determining these things. They don't register that an AI hallucinates 49% of the time, and that's the really good ones. These fucking idiots are using AI in the worst way possible, which is exactly what I predicted when I was talking about AI earlier. So here's a screenshot of my channel, restricted mode off, then on, basically what's happening to him. Here are more screenshots showing my MMO channel, seen with restricted mode off, then on, and a third image highlighting all the videos which have been hidden by restricted mode. These videos, again, have no monetization or age restriction on them. This is a huge problem for YouTubers. I've spent the last 4 weeks working on a 2.5-hour Alan Wake video. It passed all checks and came back with no restrictions. However, the video is restricted if you use restricted mode, which means that the AI has decided it's not going to push this video. Because some dipshit in management decided that instead of using some level of critical thinking, the rules you see on the front end are not the rules that happen in the background. You can totally fix this issue, just remove the camera angle, become the same as the AI slop. Also, AI hallucinates 51% of the time. In some tests, they've got it down to 49% of the time. That's why I said the best ones have got it down to 49%. The 51% figure is relating specifically to ChatGPT. YouTubers need to estimate ad revenue and average views to pay bills to pitch prices to sponsors. If a video may randomly get hidden because AI deemed it needs to be restricted for reasons they won't even explain, then releasing content becomes a net negative. Absolutely. YouTube is doing its best to fuck everyone over as hard as possible. That's what's happening here. A whole bunch of people are about to get royally screwed. You thought the adpocalypse was bad? Because PewDiePie said a bad word on a bridge? And yes, I know it's not his fault, but guess what? Everyone is blaming him for that. Well, there you go. And they're going to pretend it's to protect the kids. They're going to pretend that they did this because they care about someone. They don't give a fuck about that. They just care about ad revenue and getting as many sponsors, advertisers as possible. Advertisers decide what goes on YouTube and what doesn't. And so now what's going to happen is they're going to pitch. They're going to pitch to everyone that is an advertiser. Don't worry. We have an AI that takes all the interesting content off of our platform and make sure that your ads, your sweet little $bucks only show up on the most pristine, the most cleanly, the most disinfected content you've ever seen in your life. Because, you know, that's what people really want to watch. Is some milquetoast bullshit trash that no one actually cares about. And we've got some people already. One of them is this man right here. Oh shit, I just realized I didn't set this up here. Hold on, give me a second. I just realized the multicam's not working on that one. Hold on. let's just do that. We'll just do this quick. Just crank this out over here. And we're going to move that in place. Isn't that impressive? Don't you think that's amazing? Don't expect interesting content if you want to watch something. Lamau, protect the kids. Most of the people in charge are pedophiles. Well, have you noticed an interesting trend, Sarah? That the people who are pedophiles always show up in the places where they talk about protecting kids. It's almost like they know that damaged kids who need protection can be easily isolated and fucked. There was that whole scandal with the UN a while back where the person who was in charge of child protection and preventing pedophilia was like literally taking the kids and fucking them firsthand. So yeah. They love that shit. Pedophiles love protecting the kids from other pedophiles because then they get to fuck them first. I'm going to crash into my... Wait, I mean casket. Good night, Koita. Good seeing you. So, let's see what Yahtzee has to say about this. Now, for people who don't know, this guy used to do rapid-fire video game reviews that were high-paced, high speed, 3 minutes long, and he would get through an entire review of a video, and he would be pretty on point with a lot of his reviews. It's been a while since I've watched Yahtzee. Let's see what he's got to say about this.
Something's a bit weird on YouTube, more so than usual, I mean. It started back on August 13th when they dropped a new AI update, and my Ninja Gaiden Ragebound Fully Ramblematic that came out that very day saw unusually low views, like it didn't crack 100k for over a week. That was...
Oh hey, guess what? The AI saw blood and a few spicy takes and decided fuck you. That AI that they talk about in restricted mode is not in restricted mode. That's my conspiracy theory, and I'm sticking with it until they can prove otherwise.
Was unheard of for my stuff. Week after, Tales of the Shire did okay, but then the week after that, Mafia the Old Country, a AAA game no less, didn't crack 100k either. And I seriously doubted this was because of anything we did. I mean, as I'm frequently reminded, I've been doing pretty much the same shtick for 17 years. I haven't quite discounted the possibility that everyone's finally gotten sick of my bullshit, but that kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. And as recently as 3 months ago, my Doom the Dark Ages review did gangbusters. No, turns out views are down across the channel, and also across YouTube for people doing similar content. So something's definitely buggering up the algorithm and ensuring we're not getting served. A certain light was shed on things when we noticed that if you turn on restricted mode in the YouTube settings, then basically all the Fully Ramblematics mysteriously vanish from our channel page, not to mention Design Delve and a lot of everything else.
I mean, come on Google, what you playing at?
Tales of the Shire doesn't get cut, weirdly, so...
Tales of the Shire. Has anyone here played Tales of the Shire? Have you seen what that game looks like? There's a reason why Tales of the Shire is fine. Yakuza is not. Any game with blood, any game with violence, any game with gore, any game with a spicy take, mildly racist content, anything that touches on a topic that can be deemed not advertiser friendly is going to get suppressed. Yeah. Everyone across YouTube is fucked. If this is your job, you're fucked. And you know what the really fucked up part about this is? It would be my dream to do nothing but crank out YouTube content and stream. If I could make that my job, I would. But with every passing day, I thank God that I didn't go all in. As much as I would love to, just for the love of the game, I still got bills to pay. And I feel real bad for any of these fuckers. In Italy, the church is pretty renowned to be all about protecting kids. So, of course, 90% of the priests are pedophiles. Most of the people I know have a story about a local priest touching kids. If you think that's bad, Sareth, the church is an easy target, right? It's been kind of deemed acceptable on a societal level to go after like Christianity and the church and stuff because Christians don't fight back. what you want to start looking at, if you want to see real massive levels of pedophilia, is you want to start looking at like things like American public schools. A lot of those sports coaches do some fucked up shit. There are bigger pedophile nests than the church, I can promise you that. Now, in my opinion, I think if you touch a kid, you should lose all human rights. If you fuck a kid, you should no longer be considered a human being. Straight into the fucking wood chipper with you. You're no better than, like, you're worse, you're on a lower level than livestock, in my opinion. But for some strange reason, they just keep getting away with it. It's almost like the people in power don't like the idea of pedophiles facing consequences. Isn't that strange? Let's continue.
So this can't be because of swearing, there's more than a few naughty words in that, plus references to hobbit cucking. Do make sure restricted content is set to off in your own YouTube settings. In theory, we shouldn't have to worry about this because we've always said we're not about view chasing. We make most of our income from Patreon subscribers and sponsors. But the fact is, we can't attract Patreon subscribers or sponsors if YouTube is flat out hiding our content or refusing to let it spread to new audiences.
Yep.
So this is weighing on our minds a bit, and YouTube doesn't tell us shit. Complaining to them is like flicking pebbles at Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
So assuming this video didn't get...
So, for anyone who doesn't understand how this works, right? A lot of YouTubers kind of over-focus on the idea of nagging about ad revenue and making money off of ads. But that's not the big draw anymore. Most intelligent content creators who've made this their job understand exactly how stupid it is to ever in their life consider that they're going to make money off of ad revenue. That's why they go for sponsors. That's why they do ad reads in their video. That's why they make private deals. The entire idea behind that, though, is it doesn't matter what the ad revenue is. I just need to get as much viewership as possible. Because if I can get as much viewership as possible, I can find the right audience that cares about my content. I can serve people things that entertain them. And then in return, those people may subscribe to a Patreon, or they might go buy a product that I've advertised for, something like that. Some form of adjacent, like income that's not ad revenue. Ad revenue is the worst form of income that you could get out of YouTube. But guess what? If no one sees your video, no one knows you exist. So you're fucked. Because it's all about the views. That's the baseline. All anyone ever cares about is how many views do you get. That's the fundamental core behind YouTube, is just views, nothing else. My small 5C, I've never come across a priest molester, but I have in a teacher, a private coach, and most recently in a furry Discord server. Yeah, you told me about that one, but yeah, no, those people need to be in jail. Fuck them all. Every single one of them deserve the wood chipper. I got scared for a moment. I thought you were wearing a suit and looking formal. No, fuck no. No, this is like my trashy fucking hoodie. Because what I'm trying to do, Pinecone, is I'm trying to get to the point where I have my workout challenge set up, and I don't want you to see my fat wiggly tits and my hideous body. So I always wear like a hoodie or something like that. And what I'm trying to aim towards is maybe one day being able to cut down enough weight that it's just like if you go back and you look at me in a wife beater in one video and then you cut to the new video, you're like, holy shit, he's not such a fat bitch anymore. What the fuck happened? That's what I'm aiming for. Or wear a suit, the advertiser lords will be happy and may forgive you. I don't think that's enough, Filter. I think I'd have to get on my hands and knees and pray to Moloch, and then also sell them my child and then my soul, and then kidnap some kids for them to fuck in a back room. Then maybe they'll care. Time for YouTubers to start learning how to flip burgers. Yep. Welcome home. Welcome home. McDonald's is hiring. Every single one of them. What, you're going to see a wave of videos coming out of people having a fucking panic attack because they're getting zero viewership and they're going to realize that YouTube's non-viable as a job anymore. And unless a competing platform can get as much viewership as YouTube does, without the censorship, everyone's screwed.
Restricted as well. This is our
time to work a real
treatment
job.
to you. I know we plug the Patreon so often it's kind of fallen into easily ignorable white noise for a lot of you, but seriously now, we like doing what we do here and we want it to be sustainable. We like making crafted, thoughtful video essays and podcasts that express our real human passion for the subject matter. So if you enjoy that as well, if we've given you any amusement or comfort over the years, look, consider this. If it were to be announced that we're shutting down tomorrow, and you think there's any part of your mind that would think, oh, that is a shame, upon hearing that news, you can be part of making sure that doesn't happen now. All you have to do is join the Patreon at patreon.com/secondwindgroup, or upgrade your membership if you already have one. Remember, there's loads of Patreon exclusive content we do, including law reads and interviews and ranking videos, so we're not asking for something for nothing. And if not that, do what you can to spread this video around so people know what we're up against. Thanks in advance. We're all in this together, you know. Don't let the AIs win. Be in a position to look your children in the eye when you're passing around the gruel in the helium mines after the robots take over.
Now they're right. Good video. Nice short topic on that one. Here's the real problem. Here's what I see being the real issue. I'm lucky enough that I have a job so I don't have to worry about revenue coming in from something like YouTube. That doesn't concern me nearly as much as you as a viewer will not be able to get the entertainment that you were looking for. It may be that 2 years from now you're looking back going, damn, where did all the good content go? Why the fuck do I even watch YouTube? Why am I bothering? That's what concerns me the most. People go to YouTube because it's free, easy entertainment. And the guy who makes the stuff gets something out of it. But you as a viewer are the one who's going to be fucked over the hardest in the future. That's what concerns me the most. And I think all of you could probably see that coming. There might not be a YouTube in the future aside from Indian AI slop farms where they just crank out AI videos that someone who's grown up watching nothing but AI videos thinks is perfectly normal. Don't you love the future? I thought technology was supposed to save us. No, we're moving real fast towards idiocracy. It's going to be beautiful. I hope you're ready. You should also carry the title of influencer. That's disgusting. That's sickening. Don't ever say that word here again. That's a racial slur here. Now that's just a quick little side stop I wanted to go through. And we've got an adjacent topic. And this is what I mean. I feel like, I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Josh Strife Hayes is crashing out a little bit. I think his very wholesome, very well put together personality is falling apart a little bit. And he's getting very annoyed and stressed out with all the bureaucracy and bullshit that he's dealing with, both from a streaming perspective and from a content creation perspective. And so I've noticed he's been putting out some real negative videos recently. And this is another one of them. I've been away because streaming culture is awful. Now, my guess for what this video is talking about when it talks about the streaming aspect as opposed to the VOD aspect of things is, has anyone noticed that streaming has kind of stagnated? It's really difficult to find people, and I'm part of the problem here. It's really difficult to find people who are not stuck doing React content because React content works. It's difficult to find people who aren't excessively negative and who aren't getting excessively political these days. Case in point, Asmongold is the 8th biggest search term on YouTube, and all he does is political content now. That guy used to stream and play WoW. He used to be an MMORPG enjoyer. When was the last time that Asmongold sat down, played and enjoyed an MMORPG? I think it's probably been years. And I don't mean played an MMORPG because someone paid him to. I mean played an MMORPG because he felt like it. And because he understands how the content landscape works. The video says, do stupid things, get big numbers. Yeah, that's pretty much right. That's how it works. How long ago did BFA end? Ooh, man. Ooh, it's been a while. It's been a fucking while. It's been a few years now. Since WoW stopped doing the whole race war thing, he figured joining politics would be the same thing.
Stein, your silence means violence.
Free phallic Stein. Free Jewish penis? Is that what you mean? I remember when he used to do transmog competitions. The transmog competitions were fucking peak because they were so entertaining. But yeah, look, all the drama and shit has now shifted away from video games. Video games are now, like, as much as a lot of gamers don't want to admit this, or people who do streams about video games, streaming video games is now the most niche shit imaginable, right? There was a time, once upon a time, there was a time where you would, you would crack open your dinner, have a cold one, sit down, listen to some streamer, watch him play a video game, and just relax. That is no longer the case. Now it's all about getting upset. It's about getting outraged at every little thing. How many people do you think have heard about the Israel-Palestine conflict, or what's happening in Serbia, or what's happening in Thailand, or what's happening in the UK? It's unavoidable. You can't get away from it. It's everywhere now. That Twitch era is gone. Now it's all about be angry. This new political thing happened. And can you really blame Asmongold for playing the game? He knows what works. And it's been working damn well for him. Now let's see what Josh has to say about streaming culture in general, because I'm willing to bet he's about to crash out on some people.
Important things have happened this week. Two very important things have happened this week. I'm going to tell you about them, because of my stream. That's how that works. Josh, where have you been? Why haven't you been streaming? I'll tell you, thank you. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked. That sets me up
This disgusting human being who looks that good has probably been out there having sex. Sickening. How dare he?
remarkably nicely. First of all, can you all admire my Oh Dear Dinah mug from the Alan Wake games? That's one of the things I've got to tell you about. Alan Wake is so good, I like coffee now.
I've never played it.
It's that good as a game. That's the highest praise I can put. Like, I thought I was... Alan Wake is the next video on the Was It Good series, and I played all the way through Alan Wake, and obviously I was finding these coffee cups and these coffee little thermoses around the thing, and I thought, you know what, I'll give it a go, I'll give it a try. Yeah, I finished that game in 2 days. It's that good. So Alan Wake is now one of my favorite games of all time, without a doubt. I'm beginning to think that Sam Lake is a legitimate genius. Like, I played Max Payne and thought, this is good.
Is Alan Wake that good? I've heard people suggest it before, but I don't know how good it is. Is that one of those games where you think you're playing... Sorry, I'm just making sure no one's breaking into my house. Alan Wake, to me, from an outsider perspective of someone who's never played it, seems like one of those movies that's pretending to be a video game. I don't know how accurate that is or isn't, but I played Senua's Sacrifice, and that was just a movie pretending to be a video game. By the way, I only like you because you're pretty. Well, I mean, Pinecone, I've just got to say this, you've got zero fucking taste in human beings. Disgusting, how dare you. Hold on 1 second. I just got to close something because I think that's what's making that sound. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. Remedy games are wild. I have no idea what those are. Let's continue. Let's see what he's got to say.
Good, but there's flaws. Then I played Alan Wake and thought, this is better, but there's flaws. However, I can see the potential. So, I mean, I've never met Sam Lake, but I think if I ever do, I want to be able to have that coffee sip thing with him. He's one of the few people working in games now that I think I would be comfortable legitimately calling a genius. His games aren't flawless at all, but I think they're the kind of games that you love in spite of their flaws. So that's my plan. But made myself an Oh Dear Diner mug. The next thing
If Alan Wake, I'm just taking this from such an outsider perspective, so take this from the perspective of someone who's talking out of their ass, right? If Alan Wake is one of those movie video games with a little bit of interaction, I would be unsurprised that someone with a background in acting who enjoys like theatrical stuff would really, really like that game. So, like, I don't think Josh is lying about this. It makes perfect sense why you'd enjoy that. Like, in my head, man, I'm so out of the loop with this. In my head, I couldn't distinguish Heavy Rain from Alan Wake at this point. It's a weird game, but the story are connected universe among the games. Alan Wake, Control, Quantum Break, Max Payne are incredible. So, you see, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking out of my ass. I'm talking from an outsider perspective here. So, trust his opinion way more than mine.
I'll tell you about is a very important thing that I've got to discuss in a second with all of you. It's a remarkably important thing. We'll wait. People are here. Don't worry. About 400, 500 people joining. We'll get, yes, I'm accepting the Remedy-verse. I'm going to play Control. I'm going to play Quantum Break. Got to make sure Visa's here, because without Visa here, he can't farm clips. That's what it is. Okay, cool. There's 500 people here. I need to share a secret with you. And this is probably the clip Visa will use.
Are you streaming to Kick and YouTube right now? Yes, I am, Sniper Tigress. I am, and I'm probably at some point going to be streaming to Twitter as well for no reason at all. Just because I think it will be entertaining to see how that functions. And whether that gets me banned because I said something. Also, thanks for the sub, Keep. You fucking animal. It's also 9 months for you, huh? Many stream babies are being born these days.
I have worked out that I love streaming.
So do I.
And I hate streaming culture.
That's a hard one to say. Is the multi-chat dead? Oh shit, hold on. Let's fix that quick. Oh, it's okay, it's the YouTube chat. That's why. Let me just fix this quick. I know exactly what this is. Fucking multi-chats, man. Jesus Christ, they can't just fucking work. Let's see. Platforms. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop signing me out. I would beat a small child to death just to have one functional fucking multi-chat that doesn't just sign you out every single time you blink. Jesus. There we go. Okay, YouTube's now working as well. Sorry about that, Sniper Tigress. Thank you for pointing that out. Also, no one's going to show up on Kick. I want to make this clear. Kick is a botting platform, and unless you set up bots with a chatbot, and you just bullshit views out there, also there's like zero incentive for most people who play MMORPGs or look at the kind of stuff that I look at to ever be on Kick. It's that simple.
I've been analyzing it, and it's awful.
Also, sorry for missing all your messages, XR. It should be working now. Multi-chat should be showing shit that's whatchamacallit on YouTube now. Child sacrifice for multi-chat working, I'll take that deal. Yeah. I don't know. The devil's been busy these days, Benji. That's a lowball figure. He wants at least 7 kids with their tied up in a pretzel so that he can send them down to Jeffrey Epstein, who also does the devil's taxes at the same time. What you don't know is you think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, but the reality is he was taken out by the devil himself because the devil was like, damn, I really need a good financial advisor. And all of these kids in hell are going unfucked right now. We're going to fix these problems. I know the perfect person for this.
I hate it. I don't like it at all. Because the poster boys for what streaming is as a medium are the worst possible examples that we could have. People that aren't familiar with streaming will see those rage baiters in real life trying to make people angry just for a prank or a reaction. They'll see idiot man.
So, rage baiters in real life, so that's what? Johnny Somali? Neon? Who else does that, like, IRL rage baiting shit? I can't think of anyone else. There's that one Asian Andy, but Asian Andy's really, really funny because he goes after people who deserve it. Gideon. Those are probably the people he's talking about.
And children running around with far too much money. They'll see political activists on both the extreme left and the extreme right, not really trying to push any kind of agenda of their own, but more rile the other side up to reaction or clip farm. You'll see people with basically no knowledge of a specific subject casting themselves as the Dunning-Kruger king, again, simply to rile up the emotions of people who watch them, and then all of them make an absurd amount of money.
And it works. It works. I'm gonna show you something. We did this live on like a while back, right? I started speaking about this like a long time ago. That if you really, really, really want to make a lot of money on any streaming platform, on any Twitch platform, on anything that has to do with content creation, there's a tier list you want to follow. Let me see if I can find it. Here you go. Right? This is the tier list for how it works, right? D tier content is streaming and gaming content and being reasonable. C tier content is emotional attacks and the whole Destiny Ben Shapiro style shit of, oh, I owned you. That shit's kind of fallen off. It had its heyday where it was S tier, now it's fallen off. And it's like the, I don't know, fuck, there's that new guy who's out there, Charlie Kirk, who basically, he goes and, he does the dumbest shit. He, finds some first-year retard woman who's, barely gotten out of high school and then has a debate with her. This person fucking knows anything. And then he pretends like he's this god of debating. It's so interesting to watch. But it works. Because it validates people's opinions on certain things, right? Then you've got B tier is human atrocities and 100% real shit that happened. But let's be honest, with all the AI generation, maybe this needs to be bumped up to A tier now, right? A tier, we've got Hassan, we've got influencer slop, we've got flat racism, sexism, etc. So you just have to have a spicy take that gets opinion and upsets people as much as possible, right? And then you got video bait posting, right? Basically, you know what you're doing. You leave something in the most uninformed opinion possible, and you do it on purpose because it gets you the most attention possible. Alyssa, I see you're doing the needful stream. Please be to be redeeming of the bot servers. Exactly. Benji, that's exactly what kick is. Destiny farms so hard, even his fucking child inherited the skill and is farming him. Exactly, Sareth. Destiny's kid just went in the other direction. Destiny's kid's like, yeah, I'm a Nazi. My dad's a cuck, a bitch, whatever the fuck else. Because the drama gets attention. People love that shit. And then S tier. S tier content that never goes out of fashion. That is always peak and always gets the most attention ever. Is going full retard and saying the dumbest shit possible. Ass and titties. I'm sorry. It's always going to be up there. People want to jerk off to stuff. It's always going to be ass and titties. Other people's drama. So those are all the the channels that are every single thumbnail is he's done. He's finished. It's over. Yeah, and then they make 70 videos on the same topic, right? Other people's shit is the easiest one out there, where all you do is you steal other people's stuff, put an AI voiceover on the beginning. This is exactly what happens when a guy takes gasoline to a beehive, right? And then it's just some other guy's content about him trying to teach people how to deal with wasps or whatever the fuck. And notice I said bees on purpose.
Kick
Then there's
is
the fuck around and
only
find
for
out
people
content.
that has a big community already. LMAO.
Yes.
Kick offers streamers a big, oily, and juicy contracts.
Absolutely.
95% per sub is crazy as fuck, just to keep the platform alive.
Yes. And they'll keep doing it, Keith. They will keep doing it. And it'll keep working. Do you know why it'll keep working, Keith? Because they can drag people into gambling. And gambling is one of those things that's like an infinite money farm. Because people have zero self-control, right? And the fuck around and find out content is also S tier. It's always going to be S tier. Some Karen screeching at some dude in a car, and then this fat bitch just like rolls over and gets hit by a truck. People love that shit. There's like this cathartic part of the human soul that just loves someone being an asshole, then facing immediate consequences for their action. And this has gotten to the point where people now fake fuck around and find out content. There's that black guy who goes around faking content where he sits in a car and he hires 2 actors to pretend to be police officers who are being racist towards him. You've probably seen some of the shorts. And then he's like, I'm an FBI agent. I'm an FBI agent. And it's like, then they pull out his wallet and it's like a fake FBI badge or whatever. And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Now, then the black guy turns around and is like, now you're going to lose your job. I'm going to go file reports on you. Right. And then people eat that shit up. They fucking love it. And they've got zero critical thinking skills of whether this is real or not. And like I've seen like 7 different shorts of the same black guy being fucked with by cops. And I like, okay, sure, fool me once, okay, great. By the second video, I'm like, no, this doesn't happen twice in the same day. And it's just going to keep getting worse from here. It's just going to keep getting worse. This woman's yard needed mowing by the city, was bullying her by charging the city $500 a day to keep it tidy, but I came along and did it for free, and here's a video clip of the cops yelling at me. Yeah, exactly. And it, like, I'm telling you now. I'm telling you this now. Most fuck around and find out content is 100% fake. It is contrived. It is set up to be as cathartic as possible so that you feel good at the end of the video because you're like, yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you fuck around, right? But it's all contrived. It's all bullshit. But that's the S tier. If you want to be a content creator and you have zero morality and you don't give a fuck, this is what you're aiming for right here. And you know what's even better than this? Is you take these up here and you mix them together. You find a really, really hot woman with some fat ass and tits who's going full retard, right, continually on people, causing drama that you re-syndicate to 100 smaller channels, and then she fucks around and finds out at the end of the video. Infinite content farm, and it's always going to be the same thing. It's going to keep going forever. Don't ruin the magic for me. I'm sorry, I'm telling you how the hot dog's made. I look into the stuff. I can't help myself. Small aside, said other people's drama, and I just thought about something that occurred in another Discord. Everyone was sympathetic, but it still garnered a lot of attention, which is what you were saying. It's the same thing. It's the stuff you see being presented to you as content on a platform like YouTube, where there's some AI voice talking about other people's drama, or some video where it's like the situation, like you said, Douglas, the situation is crazy, right? Or he's done, he's finished, he's 100% fucked, it's over now, it's done, and it's like 70 million videos like that, is always going to be the same thing. Here's how I lost 100 pounds by never eating bananas, buy my weird mushroom coffee powder supplement. Exactly. There you go. Sell a product, re-syndicate people over to some pile of bullshit, and you can make a bank. All you need, I'm just saying this now, all you need to do this kind of content is no soul. Just get rid of your soul, and you will have so much fucking money, you won't know what to do with it. It's that simple. And it's going to keep happening. And it's going to get worse from here. But if humans are that evil and manipulative, how can communism and socialism work out in the future? Spoiler alert. It doesn't. You know what does work out in the future when we get to that stage? Is cannibalism.
Realize that it is the domain of the gifted man-child in order to, rile up whichever user base and demographic they've decided to make angry at the other side this week. I've realized that it is artistically vapid, it is commercially demonic.
Yes.
And I hate everything about streaming culture in general. However, I like streaming to an audience.
This man understands. I'm just going to say this now. I do this shit for the love of the game, and I think he probably does it too, but now it's his job, so it's incredibly frustrating, so he's not getting paid for it. I bet he's going to see a massive drop in revenue. Because he refuses to do the thing that people keep on clicking on. It's that simple. I mean, right now, just looking at my suggested videos, the second one from the top is exactly the one. It's like hidden by the multi-chat. Hold on. And let me just scroll down. The second one from the top is exactly the thumbnail I just described. Finally done. It's finally over. It will be pushed to you eternally. I miss the gamer era of YouTube. So do I. But it's never coming back. Now it's niche. Now it's niche. Now you're finding out. You fucked around and now you're finding out that gaming is a niche and that there's a bunch of fucking retards out there who give a fuck about topics that they can barely comprehend. There's a bunch of people out there who are watching some video of the Israel versus Palestine conflict right now. And you know what they're thinking to themselves? Unironically, they're thinking to themselves, I could solve this. I could fix this 1,000-year-old conflict between the Jews and the Muzzies. All they need to do is give me the chance, and I could fix all of it. They unironically think that because they fucking watched a YouTube video about it from a guy who barely covered the fucking topic and just gave his opinion. It's beautiful. It's so impressive. There are so many people who think that they're suddenly like international diplomats who can solve problems that no one else has figured out for hundreds of years. They just have to stop being Jews. I mean, hey, look. You could turn the Jews into the Japanese with a few nukes. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the Japs are still squinting to this day that the sun got so bright in their country. Maybe Jewish people in the future look like this, but there is no conflict. Who knows?
Problem is, in order to step away from the video game jail and become a more socially, culturally relevant streamer, you need to step away from video games and get into either extremely divisive politics or...
He's literally talking about the Asmongold pipeline right now. That's exactly what he's talking about. The ones I hate the most are the content creators who use legalese speak and stupid vagueness like someone else has to do it. No, here's the best part, Filter. Right? This is why I keep on giving these things. This is why I keep on saying every now and then, when I don't know about a topic, I'll tell you that I'm talking out of my ass. That I don't know everything. Because it's really, really uncomfortable for me to sit here and pretend like I have all the fucking answers about something when I don't. These people will never do that. Because that is like a cardinal sin, is to pretend that you didn't know everything. Look at Pirate Software. He's still pretending he didn't do anything wrong. Look at her son. He will never take back any take. He'll just continue on. It's so fascinating. Like, I spent a little time watching Hassan. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched a little bit of Hassan, and it's so fascinating how this guy can go from day one talking about a topic, and then on day two, he's magically got Alzheimer's and pretends he never spoke about it in that way, and just comes up with an entirely new bullshit take. It's so fucking amazing. It's incredible how he can do that, and there's like not a sense of shame. There's not a sense of like self-awareness at all. He just goes at it. It's so fucking impressive. Holy fuck, I'm so mad. I'm so mad at how good he is at that. Is it gaming culture or just a few streamers? On my follow channels list, it's only Asman who switched. There's Asman who switched, there's Tectone who switched, there's Hassan, who's always been political, I suppose, but he's just been pushing rhetoric way fucking harder now. There is Atriarch, who's moving towards the financial sectors. You'll start to notice that a lot more content creators now, when they're doing React channel content, are no longer reacting to gaming videos, they're reacting to political videos, because they've registered that gaming's a niche, and if you escape the niche, you can escape a certain limited amount of viewership that you will always reach. You will always go above and beyond that, because there are a lot more people who give a shit about some political issue that personally affects them way more than this is how you optimize for a build in 9Kings. This is how this is why you should be using Hellbirds and Bannerlords. So what's up, Nodush? That's just how it is. There are way more people, there are way more retards who care about politics than retards who care about video games. It's just how it is. Hey, what's up, Jester Zero? Thanks for the sub. Man, you fuckers are really gonna destroy my goddamn taxes. I've got to find a way to pass this off onto an accountant somehow. Gonna head to bed. Have a nice stream. Thanks for stopping by, Sarah. I'm going to say this now, right? You don't have to tell me you're leaving. I'm going to say this again. If there's anything in your life you have to do, whether that's sleeping, fucking your neighbor's wife, taking a dump on your boss's desk, anything you have to do in your life, no matter how minor, is more important than the stream. Go and do it. The VOD is always on YouTube. You can always catch up on it later. Unless you're in restricted mode, then you don't get shit.
Essentially playing to an emotionally immature crowd of essentially either children or young men that haven't matured past being a mental child. And I think that sucks.
It's not young men who I think he's got this wrong. It's not young men who are going to mature past being a mental child. I think it's young men with an inborn sense of emotional anger at the world for continually telling them that they're the devil. If you keep on doing that, you're not giving someone the opportunity to grow beyond that point. Some people, granted, will find their way out of the maze, but not all of them. Most of them will be fucked permanently. If you want a good example of this, somewhere out there is a video of a 5'2", bald 45-year-old man screaming about how women are the problem inside of a McDonald's. This is an old video. He's never escaping that maze. And most people will never move beyond that point because they will continually just build up this emotional anger inside of themselves. And they're just never moving past that. They're stuck. They won't go to the gym. They won't figure out the things they can have in life. They'll just only care about the things that they cannot have in life. Like a height that starts with a 6. But hey, that's me too. I'm also a midget. That's just how life works.
I think it's horrible. I think it's casting this glorious medium in one of the worst ways. It's lowering the barrier effectively into hell. It is the lowest common denominator. And I have decided that I really can't be asked to keep up with any of that. So we're going to pretend it's 1996 and I'm going to play Red Alert while chatting to you guys about shit that matters with your actual life.
Oh my god, that's genius. That's genius. You know what? Maybe I need to start doing retro streams. Maybe the way we get back to the way it was is just living the fucking boomer dream. Sipping on monsters, just going, yep, these were the golden days and we're gonna relive them until we die. Maybe that's the way to do it, huh? And just not give a shit. I'm kind of with Josh on this one. I like that.
Without doing any of the stuff that I think is demeaning the art of streaming into the ground. That's where I'm at. Just so you all know. I don't care about hiring a production team and flying around a country while being the most obnoxious person that I could possibly be. I don't care.
And that's why you will never be famous like Johnny Somali. That's why you will never be famous like Johnny Somali. Josh, if you would just go to China, put on a triangle hat, and run around going, you could be famous. Or executed. One of the two. Thanks for the sub memories. You're coming out here when I'm fucking saying the most retarded shit imaginable. And that's when you sub? God damn it. See, it's working. Retarded content works.
Care about riling up either political side.
Do you think loyalty is important? Absolutely. It's a fundamentally important thing. If you find good people who you can be loyal to, always be loyal to them no matter what. Never be loyal to a bad person who takes advantage of your loyalty, though, because shitty people don't see loyalty as a virtue. They see it as a weakness that they can exploit. Just get the fuck away from those people the first time they betray you and just move on. There's no point in trying to get vengeance. Just move forward. And I say that as a vindictive piece of shit who can't let go of things. I know, like, I can see the path I'm supposed to take and I still can't take it. I'm just an asshole.
I don't particularly care about playing Metal Gear Solid, the new Snake Eater version, even though they sent me a load of stuff.
You know what, Memories, that's fair. I know you've been here for a while. You know what, that's fair. Well, we're on low-level content here. That's fair. I understand. You've seen me do way dumber shit than this.
Stuff, which is lovely. I'll show you the stuff they've sent me. I was sat here for about an hour before I clicked go live thinking, what do I want to do? Because from a business point of view, I should be playing the big games. I should be getting people angry. I should choose a specific demographic and rile you up against whoever I decide is your enemy this week. I should make you feel that you are being seen and heard. I should be a lightning rod for extreme things because people don't want to.
Yeah, you gotta say extreme shit like, I don't know, fuck. I don't even know what the extreme shit is anymore. I mean, look, I look on Twitter and people are going wild against the Jews, so it's not even like you can sit out here and just yell at the Jews and even be unique. They are two genders. That's like, the problem is that one's so played out, I don't think anyone gives a fuck anymore. Damn, how would you even be extreme today? Fuck. You gotta find some real out-of-pocket shit to say. Going after trans people. No, that's kind of tired and bored. Right? The thing about going after trans people, right, is it's kind of just boring. Here, I'll give you a hot take, Cyro. I kind of want more trans people in the world. Because that means less people are having kids. And that just advantages my kid in the future. Because they've got less competition to deal with. There you go. There's a hot take. I wonder if that's edgy enough for anyone to even give a fuck about. That's probably such a bland take, though, that doesn't even register on most people's scale of getting upset. Do you see what I mean? Like, you gotta go out there and you gotta say some wild shit. You gotta find, like, the people you're not allowed to criticize anymore. And I don't know if any of them are left based on the takes I've seen out there on fucking Twitter. I don't know why, but your channel runs like shit for me on Twitch. YouTube is running smooth. I haven't tried Kick yet. Nesta, the reason that it's running like shit on Twitch is because most people are streaming right now. Probably now is peak streaming time for the US. And what that means is that I've got a connection that's traveling all the way from Africa, up the African coast into Europe, bouncing off of a server, bouncing off of several servers before hitting the Twitch server. And what Twitch does is it biases the connections towards big streamers, right? So you're gonna get a shittier connection on Twitch, whereas YouTube's kind of more global and is wide enough that they can give like a higher bitrate to everyone and not give a fuck. You're always gonna get a lower bitrate on Twitch, unfortunately.
Go after Scientology or cyclists.
Man, those are the easiest groups to go after. What the fuck are you talking about? Going after Scientology is like walking into a kindergarten and just fucking drop-kicking babies. They're not gonna fight back. Scientology is a wild ride, by the way. I know too much about Scientology. I'll be honest with you. I've interacted with these people. I've had many interactions with Scientologists. There's too many of them. They're really fun to fuck with, though. Cyclists, everyone hates cyclists, so that's not even gonna work. Damn, what do you go after? Incest? No, there's an entire community of people who really, really want to fuck their family members, so that doesn't even work. And yes, Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. He's like considered the Scientologist. What's really funny about Tom Cruise is after all the hair dye and surgery he's gone through to try and look as young as possible, Scientologists use Tom Cruise's picture as like a meme where they're like, oh, look, you're going to live forever if you join Scientology. But you know what's really funny about Scientology is because I've had direct interactions with these people. I've been inside their buildings. I've done their tests. I've got family members who are Scientologists. For anyone who's looked at Buddhism, Taoism, Christianity, the old versions of Indian Hinduism, what you'll discover really, really fast is all the mental tricks that are meant to make you feel better from different cultures who've spent thousands of years developing systems and mechanisms to make your life better have been stolen by Scientologists who then just rebrand that shit and then pretend that they came up with it. And then they want you to give them all their money in the world. How about feet lovers? That doesn't even register on the scale anymore, Filter. That's the worst part. It doesn't even register anymore. Just be a leftist, that pisses everyone off really fast. Man, I'm not even sure it does, Balfster. There's so many of them that I don't even think it does. Like, honestly, I see a leftist, and it doesn't even upset me anymore. Right? It doesn't, I see someone with the wildest takes. They're like, I've had 50 abortions and I'm going to kill 50 more. Fucking having gender cakes that they slice into that are the color green. Fucking, throwing their babies against walls and drinking alcohol while pregnant. And I'm just sitting there like, man, I don't even consider these people human. Why am I going to get upset over an animal acting like an animal? It just doesn't even register for me anymore. It's real fucking bad. We've gone so extreme. I can't actually think of a group that would be heavily upsetting to the vast majority of society. Wait, there's one. There's one. I figured it out. There's one. If you want people to be really, really upset with you, unreasonably upset with you for having an opinion, do you know what you need to be? You need to be a flat earther. You need to tell everyone that the earth is flat. For some reason, the visceral reaction that everyone has to being told by someone that the earth is flat
Cute ball sack,
That's
bald
an
man,
infinite
ooh.
rage well. That's it. That's the only group I can think of. Just be chill and vocal about everyone is kind of right and wrong at the same time, and people will go ape shit about that. You know what? Maybe being chill is actually the way to piss everyone off. And you refuse to take a hardcore stance in one direction or another, and that'll piss people off. That'll probably work.
Entertainment, they want confirmation bias. They want to be told what they already know in another slightly more intelligent sounding way and think, oh, that's made me feel even better about myself. Give this person money. And honestly, that all sounds like bullshit. So let's pretend it's the Allies versus the Soviets again and send some small soldiers to kill some other small soldiers. That sounds like a much... You know what? You don't even deserve this resolution on the webcam. I'm dropping this down. Perfect. You have a lower resolution webcam. That's what you get. Yeah, I basically realized that I absolutely hate streaming culture. I think streaming culture is completely... I think it's childish and vapid at the same time. Because unfortunately, I've met...
Because it works. The childish and vapid stuff works. It's that simple. Everyone hates corporations, I guess, just defend one. I suppose, you know what? Maybe that might work. Actually, you know what might really, really work? Is if you start defending the Catholic Church. You know the way Muzzies get like ultra upset about Muhammad? If you could formulate the same kind of rage and anger, like you're a Christian from the Crusades, I'm willing to bet you could really piss people off. So maybe that's the way to go about it, is being a fundamentalist, flat earther Christian. That's the way to go about pissing people off these days. Wait, Josh called himself you and other streamers degens. Take offense. But he's right. But he's fucking right, that's the thing.
People that are really into... Whenever you say to someone, hey, you know, do you watch streams? And they're always like, yeah, I watch the most obnoxious, annoying, irritating person you can possibly think of because it's fun. No, it's not. It's irritating. And when you meet... Because the problem is that there is a huge amount of people who are very emotional. Yes. And there's a huge amount of people who are very emotional in the exact opposite way. And if you choose one of these sides of people, you can make a lot of money because you just rile them up against the other side. Yes. And it's not even always political. Sometimes it's just sociological. Sometimes it's economical. Sometimes it's just cultural in general. You choose one of the sides and tell them the other side is wrong. You are great. You're fantastic. Support me. Give me lots of money. That's great. I will be your champion. However, in the middle...
You can explain in Europe
spectrum,
that they should let in all the engineers because they don't have enough of them.
That would work, but only against people who aren't involved in politics or politicians. They'll love you for that. That's how you become, the next UK Prime Minister, Edward. Is if you start doing that. Is it me or does Josh look younger, like 10 years younger? I have no idea. He's Josh is probably one of those people like Keanu Reeves, who they never look like they age. They just look like this eternal being that's just been there forever.
In the middle, socially and culturally, there's the idea that you just kind of want to play video games.
Yes.
We just kind of want to hang out, be normal, chill out, see friends, see family, make enough money to pay your bills, survive, pay your rent, maybe grab a takeout on the weekend, enjoy whatever film there is out there, go bowling, play laser tag, that kind of general normal vibes. The problem is, those people, despite being a bigger amount of the population in general, aren't watching Twitch.
Yes.
They're out doing the stuff that's fun. You guys, from what I've kind of worked out, are the normal people on Twitch. Because if you...
There's no normal people on Twitch, come on. Come on. By the way, most streams here are also now mostly political and or reaction-based. Guild Wars 2 is always later. You know what, Barando? You're 100% correct. That's actually given me something to think about, Barando. This is actually making me do a big think. I don't know. I don't know if I want my content to keep being that, actually. Damn. Why'd you have to fuck me up like that? You bastard. I'm gonna be honest, I think there's more interesting things that could be done with streaming. I'm hoping to do a few of them actually soon. I just gotta figure out how to do them, how to execute on them. Damn. You bastard. Why'd you have to do that to me? Why'd you have to beat me like a wife who refused to make a sandwich? Jesus. Fuck, now I'm gonna do a big think when I'm done streaming today. Fuck you. God damn it. Let me stay asleep. Be normal equals being not normal these days, and not normal is being normal and playing video games. Yeah, pretty much. I watch your earlier shit hoping and praying you get over with it so I can watch Guild Wars 2 or whatever other game content. The 9Kings review was good. Mechabellum was, of course, a banger. So this is the thing. I've actually been thinking about this, Barando. And Super. I have been thinking about this. I'm not sure that I like the way my content is currently, right? I'm not sure I want to do reactions to anything else in the future, but primarily video game kind of stuff. I don't think I'm the right person to be giving heavy fucking political opinions about anything. Primarily because I don't know if I have the sustained interest to care about it that much, right? Like, what the fuck's gonna change? You're gonna hear my opinion. You're gonna give your opinion. The world's gonna keep spinning and nothing's gonna have changed. The only thing I really care about when it comes to political stuff, to be honest, is making fun of everybody. That's the only thing I genuinely care about when it comes to that, is looking at how fucking ridiculous everything is and turning it into a joke. Because I think that's entertaining as fuck. But then you don't like a certain video game and you go back to being an istphobe. I wonder if you can run away from that online. Ah, damn. It's probably impossible. Unless you just
every Twitch viewer is a filthy gooner, but you guys remember that you can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime.
Fuck off. Don't tell people to do that. God damn it. Leave them alone. They should spend their money somewhere else, like on themselves. Sam, and knowing what is happening in Johannesburg, so you know how fucked we both are. Yeah, so there are political aspects to everyone's lives, including mine. Like, what's happening to whites in my country is pretty fucking bad. And I was... here, I'm going to show you something. Damn, we're getting off track today. I have a playlist on my channel, and I've been debating whether I want to do this or not. Right, because I have fundamental knowledge about this, where I'm building an entire playlist of all the fucked up shit that's happening in my country, everyone's retarded takes that they have about the situation, what they're missing, what they don't know. But to be honest, I think it would be kind of boring. I think it would be kind of dull. Like, what would be the fucking point? What's the end goal there? What's the outcome? I'm just going to be pissing you off. I'm just going to be pissed off. No one's going to be happy about it. And now you've got other fucking shit that you're thinking about that's just more annoying. Yeah, you fucked me up, Barando. God damn it. Shit. Why'd you have to make me do this? Why'd you have to make me introspective today of all days? Motherfucker. I think, like, my ultimate goal is to make you laugh. Is to say some funny shit or some out-of-pocket shit that gets you to laugh or that stuns you into being mildly upset because now you have to think about this thing. My goal isn't to tell you to believe something or to change your political opinion or to make you think differently. That's not my goal. I think if you're watching content, you should probably be there to be entertained or informed. And I mean, fuck it, there's a million people, better people to inform you about politics than me. Damn. Now I'm going to have to think about what kind of content I want to do in the future. Shit, you stun-locked me. One thing amazing was that the stocks of One Piece and American Eagle soared overnight. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, Filter. You open my eyes into how hood-coded the Sylvari actually are. You see, like, things like that. I can take a political topic, throw it into a video game, and make some stupid fucking analogy, and then use all the memes and jokes about something, which I think we should do. But I think, man, the political stuff, I think I need to avoid it because it's just uninteresting to me.
Weren't, you would be at another stream.
You know what? I think we're going to be playing a lot more video games in the future, if I'm being honest with you.
Streamer who is on one of the extreme sides, getting your confirmation bias sucked directly from the teat of information. The normal people are either out touching grass or here. Now, I'm not normal either.
They're not here. They're out touching grass.
I was sat here before streaming. This is what started this whole rant. I was sat here before streaming thinking, what do I want to play? And I thought, you know what? I don't want to paint Warhammer live on stream, despite the fact I've got like 100 high elves sat in.
I'm just saying this now as someone who understands how Warhammer works. You buy 1 million models and never paint them. No one's painting Warhammer models. Yeah, you will find every excuse under the sun to not do that. He's never painting those models. It's not happening. I would love to see you rage at Hollow Knight personally. You know what, Super Sploof? I have a backlog of games that I really, really want to try out. And I think it's going to be beneficial to me, and maybe to you, if I just give a shit about video games and nothing else. Like a Path of Exile 2. I missed the free weekend. Fucking Hollow Knight's a perfect one. I keep hearing about Hollow Knight. I've never played Hollow Knight. I've never touched Hollow Knight ever. Less politics, more depressing VR chat videos. I'm trying my best not to want to kill myself here. God damn it, Moonstone. Jesus, you just want to see me commit suicide on stream.
In front of me that I need to finish, because that is my mental break, my mental time off. I'll stick this total side thing, but at the minute I'm really into book talk for some reason.
Oh, God.
We'll talk about that in a second. But I realised I don't want to paint Warhammer. That is my side break. So instead, I'm going to play a 1996 video game. That's what we're going to do. I've just confirmed your bias that you are normal and not extreme in any way. There you go. See, I'm aware of where I sit within this dichotomy of streamers. Dead in the middle. We are going to be neither over nor underwhelming. We are just whelming. Every one of my viewers is someone who has more important on their primary monitor. And what you want on your...
That's everyone. That's literally everyone watching content ever. Everyone's got this, like a stream open somewhere, and they're doing something way more important with their lives. With a primary focus, and we're just background noise. Everyone who's a streamer is just background noise, and that's kind of how it's supposed to be, I think. Hollow Knight is so fucking god tier game. I have an Xbox controller holder that has a Hollow Knight mask. You know what? I might give it a try. We can do some retarded Discord play session in Valheim or 7 Days to Die. I've played Valheim. My problem with Valheim is it's slow, right? It's slow and it's very difficult to do something entertaining in Valheim in particular. Valheim is a fantastic game, don't get me wrong. It's fucking incredible. But the thing is, you will spend 4 hours farming resources just because you want to build a house that's shaped like a dick. And I know this because that's exactly what I did. I played on a South African streamer server, and while everyone else was out fighting monsters and shit, I stayed home and built a giant fucking cock that was like dangling over their house, and they got back and they were like, yo, what the fuck is this? And then suspiciously one day later the sponsor was like, yeah, so we're no longer paying for a server for you guys. There are certain games that are like fundamentally amazing games to play, but playing them on stream is incredibly boring for a viewer. And the one thing I don't want to do is bore you to death. That's like an extra element I have to think about, if that makes sense.
A secondary monitor is a content creator who you can look away from for 5 minutes, come back, and not much has changed. That's what you want. I am the backup Netflix. You want something in the background, but you don't want to pay attention to it. You just want to know when you come back and look at it, there'll be just enough there. I'm like a sugar block. You know that horses have those big sugar bricks that occasionally when they get bored, they walk over, lick the sugar brick, and then walk away? That kind of, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to do something vibe.
Yeah, it's the free dopamine hit, and then you go back to doing what you were doing before.
That's what I bring to Twitch. What's the phrase? I'm like the Windows maze screensaver of Twitch. You put me on when you aren't sure what else is going to go on.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way to look at it. That's it. I like that opinion. Damn, this has got me thinking. It's got me thinking a lot. You know what? I'm actually really good. I think I was kind of already on this path because like all the videos that I had queued up already were things that involve video games. Like, I'm going to be honest. I could give less of a fuck about how many bombs Israel dropped on Palestine in the last week. Because, like, what the fuck am I going to do about that? But if someone tells me something like, they added more microtransactions to Guild Wars 2, I want to lose my fucking mind. So I think I know what I care about already, and I think I need to just lean into it more. Because of the amounts of bosses and gauntlet fights, Hollow Knight is amazing content. I've had so much fun watching streamers fight bosses. Feels like Elden Ring 2.0. You know what? You've convinced me. I'll give it a try, Super Sploof. In my opinion, seeing you playing that shitty game of delivering shit in airplanes was better than seeing you reacting to videos. You know what? I think you're right. I think if I'm going to be reacting to videos, the only videos I really actually give that much of a shit about is going to be things like this, right? Every upcoming MMORPG in 2025 and the entire history of microtransactions. So I think this is what I'm going to do. Is I think I'm going to have a far heavier lean towards just video game stuff, just because that's what I like. That's what I like. Why am I giving a shit about anything else? And I think I need to play more games on stream. There are so many games in a backlog that I would love to play. Maybe I'll play Spellforce on stream as well.
Made another kosher plane.
I might just do that as well. I do like that. I do like that airplane delivery game, just because it could be so fucking ridiculous. Like I'm watching Mauler again. I have no idea who Mauler is. But I think you're right. I think, you know what? I've tried to lean into the React stuff because I was like, oh, maybe this will be interesting. But I think now I've tried my hand at it. And I think the only thing I would react to is video game stuff because that's what I care about. I think outside of that, I'm not going to bother with people's drama and other people's bullshit. The only... Okay, to be fair, there is one person whose drama I will react to. There is one person, and that's Pirate Software. Because that man is... Fuck, that's my lol cow. That's my go-to. I will never abandon him. Until one day he shoves a ferret so far up his ass that it reaches his heart and he dies. But until that day comes, and that's even that. God damn it. Even when it comes to Pirate, the only reason I give a shit is because he kept on fucking with video games. God damn it. Even that's related to it. Shit. Fuck. Watching someone playing Silk is like watching someone playing bowling with 100 gutter balls in a row. It's just horrible to watch. Lose interest pretty quickly. That might depend on the streamer, though, Whipnipper. I'll have to take a look into Hollow Knight to see if it's worth it. Because Hollow Knight might be, honestly, a very good game. It might be a game that's good for people who can be entertaining. Or it might be a game that's good for people who are really, really good at platformers. And I don't know. I don't actually know. That's why I always remember the BDO workout challenge, because the WoW one was funny as fuck to see. Keith, I'm gonna be moving towards that. I'm gonna be moving towards that, I think. Oh, goddamn it, Super. I'm gonna send you back that gift, you motherfucker. You shouldn't be gifting me games. Spend that money on yourself. Your reactions have the disadvantage that due to irregular streams and video publishing pattern, they're usually about 2 weeks late. You're right as well, Edward. I think let's look at it from this perspective as well. If you're gonna do reaction stream like videos the right way, generally speaking, you want to do a reaction video that comes out 1 to 2 weeks after the original video, primarily because you don't want to be like stealing views or like accused of stealing views or like pulling people away from the original video, which I don't like the idea of. Like, if someone puts real effort into a video, they genuinely deserve all the views that they get. And as we know with the way the YouTube algorithm works off, it's 1 to 2 weeks and then a video falls off. And they don't give a shit about it, right? And I think the issue with a lot of these political topics that I don't give a fuck about anyway is people want to see that shit the second it happens. People don't want to hear about how, I don't know, fuck, I don't know, shit. People don't want to hear about how Destiny was caught getting butt fucked by her son next week. They want to hear about it this week, if that makes sense. So people crank into the political stuff immediately because it's kind of this whole idea of you win the game by being first, not by being the best. Whereas when it comes to like video game content and shit, people will watch a reaction to a video game or to video game content, not because they don't care about the original content, but because they want extra context to it. There's something that can be added. Don't you dare return. I'll return it. Save your fucking money, dude. Jesus, I have a job. I promise one day I'll be able to afford things, you motherfucker. Political gooning, pretty much. Political gooning is actually the perfect way to describe it. Reminds me of basically how do you work interview where he says streaming hurt the Let's Play scene forever. I think it just changed the Let's Play scene, Cyro. There are still people who benefit massively off of the Let's Play scene. Also, let's think about it this way, right? Let's think about, we'll take a break from this. Let's just put it into some perspective, right? These are the things I'd like to do on stream, right? If I just make like a shorthand list of the stuff, right? I want to do a thing called Clanker Hunters, where we look at the MMO community and we look at the bots in the MMO community and the people who are botting on streaming, right? And we build a list of that shit out and we find the people who are the biggest dickheads. I think that is more entertaining and funnier to do, and there's a lot more to work with there than let me talk about the Jews or the Muslims again. Like, what the fuck are you getting out of that, right? I want to do shit like the BDO workout challenge that I'm still planning and trying to figure out when to start this shit, right? Primarily because I think I can find a way to get this to be funny, and I can get this to be something like that you can interact with directly and have a direct effect on. Right? So you can get something out of it. You can get something out of my suffering, right? On top of that, Video Game Reacts, at least I don't feel weird about it. It doesn't feel weird to give my opinion, even if it is an extreme opinion. Like, it feels odd. Is that the right way to put it? It feels odd giving a political opinion and then trying to convince someone else of your opinion that you're right. That just feels fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do that's gonna make your life better? Oh, okay, you agree with me now that, I don't know, Jews are good or Jews are bad or who gives a fuck? Like, what does it change? It changes nothing. You didn't get entertained, you got mad. And now you're just walking around pissed off about something that like has zero effect on your personal life. To be fair, I can understand why you leaned into reaction and politics with current state of MMOs. Probably way less depressive. It's not even like I did it on purpose, Barando. I just did it because I was like, maybe I'll give this a try and see if it's interesting. But the more I think about it, I've kind of had this come to Jesus moment where it's like, no, I don't find this interesting. It's kind of dull. Like, I've got a bunch of different ideas I'd love to execute on streaming. Like, here, let me give you an example, right? You can tell me this right now. You can actually give me your opinion on this right now, right? Let me just find it. You tell me what has a better effect on your life. What feels more like fundamentally better for you to enjoy, right? I've been sent a message by these guys right here about a charity event that I could potentially be a part of, right? That may or may not have some effect on making someone's life better. Would this not be better content? Yeah, I'm gonna do a poll now. Yeah, you know what? Actually, fuck the poll. You can say 1 or 2. Would this thing that potentially has a real world effect on someone whose life is fucked up not be better content than just sitting there giving political opinions and making you mad? 1 for, yes, it's better to do this. 2 for, no, stick to the political shit. See what I mean? Exactly. 1. Right? It seems insane to me that I'm gonna sit here and not have an effect and not, like, make someone's life better. Instead, I'm just gonna yap about a fucking political opinion. Like, who gives a shit? Honestly, it doesn't fucking even matter to me. Like, I don't give a shit if you're left or right. Like, what the fuck am I gonna change in your life? You're gonna walk away and your opinion's gonna change 10 seconds later anyway when you learn something that I don't know. Political commentary can be surmised in one simple sentence. Political commentary is just a bunch of retarded monkeys giving an opinion about shit they know nothing about. Now just replace political commentary with any other topic that requires any kind of nuance. Exactly. Exactly. I think... Can I be honest? I think that give it 2 years in the streaming and content creation space, and everyone is going to be so fucking burned out and fatigued over the political shit that no one's going to give a fuck anymore, right? Because really, what did they gain out of any of this? Have you ever watched a video about a topic you don't give a shit about, and someone's trying to, like, emotionally drag you into caring, and you get like 10 minutes into this 50-minute video and you're like, damn, I kind of don't give a fuck. And you just close the video and never open it again. That's happened to me like 20 different times in the last 2 weeks. You're Rose MMO, not Rose Politics. Exactly. The only political streamer's opinion that actually matters is XQC. That's just because you like watching him make the funny sounds whenever he tries to speak English. Do towels get dirty if you use them after cleaning yourself? Depends if you wipe before or after your shower. Same in the last few months. Earlier, just exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, fuck me. Like, why? It's not even about being positive. It's not even about being like a person who gives a shit about like, you know, being one of these content creators that sits there and does the thing where they're like, of course I care about all the little bunnies and fluffy rabbits and shit. It's just, it's like, fuck, man. God damn it. Is it not more valuable that someone gets entertained than someone gets mad? And sure, the people who get emotionally angry, you're gonna get more attention. But, like, what's the fucking ultimate output there? It feels worthless. It just feels worthless. And nowadays, if retarded people hear that you don't have a political position, they close the stream just because of that. I think I would fucking like that, Keat. I think I would probably enjoy that. If someone's like, what's your political take on this topic? Like, the only political take I really actually want to give any of you is I want to say the most heinous shit that gets any of you to laugh, and the person who's trying to take it seriously to get incredibly upset, fuck off, and never come back. Like that. Honestly, someone's like, what's your take on abortion? And I want to sit here and be like, well, it depends what color the baby is. Where do you think chocolate milk comes from? That's why they keep killing the black babies. Like saying something stupid like that. Like, that makes more sense to me than trying to give some fucking nuanced take that does nothing. What's your political take on Israel versus Palestine? I'll be like, well, you know, the Jews are going to win because they can smell the bombs coming from a mile away. Like, I'll say shit like that because I think it's funny. Not because I actually have an opinion on it that matters. What is this hateful event about? And what are you supposed to do? Because that could be boring as hell. So, as far as I'm aware, this is like a streaming outreach thing, where what they do is there's like a streamathon thing that happens between the 22nd and the 31st, right? You do your normal streaming thing, as far as I understand, right? And then all contributions between the 22nd and the 31st go to a charity that's meant to help kids or some shit. Hold on, let me read the email. Let's see. The campaign goes towards supporting portable gaming kiosks for sick kids and our Save Point initiative. We'll also be hosting a costume contest, an art contest with selected entries featuring on donor rewards. It's a fun way to get festive and support a meaningful cause. Yeah, it's literally just a charity thing, right? And sure, maybe they'll only get $2 out of me. But that's $2 more than little Timmy would have gotten before. And I can see like a million different fucking jokes I can make about that, right? I can see a million different ways I could be a brand risk about that. Especially when it comes to sick kids. You have no idea. Like, I'm a fucked up person. I learned that my friend's dad had Parkinson's. And do you know what I said to him? The first words I said to him is, I want you to know that you should be jealous of your dad because right now he's giving himself the kind of hand jobs that like shouldn't be known to mankind. The kind of ways he's jerking himself off and vibrating at the same time, you will never know pleasure to that degree until it's your turn to get Parkinson's too. Like, that's the kind of shit I'll say. Who gives a fuck about a serious opinion? Jesus Christ. I think that belongs to you, not me. Fuck, now I'm going on a tirade. Jesus Christ. Fuck, Barando, you pulled me off task so goddamn bad. You fucking bastard. I don't care who's right or wrong, just pray for the war between them to be quick. And when we have a winner, we bomb it and get rid of all the troublemakers. But you see, that's too serious of an opinion. You see, like, good for you. Fantastic. I hope you keep your opinion. Like, what am I supposed to change your opinion or some shit? Like, no. It's not what I should be doing here. Are the kids gonna get a respawn points? No. But I heard if you go to the funeral of their mothers, you might be able to fuck one of them while they're in a state of grieving. I just want you to know, little Timmy. I just want you to know, don't worry about your mom. Because when you're in the ground, I'm going to be plowing her like a fucking summer field. Like, you see what I mean? There's like a million different offensive ways I could go with that. And I think that's more entertaining than anything else. What are the requirements to join that streamathon? There's no way they don't have some requirements like must have 50 viewers minimum. I don't know. I'll talk to the guy. I saw the email today. I'm just thinking about it now. I have no idea what the requirements are. I'll have to message him. I have no idea why he's emailing me in the first place when I'm a fucking literal nobody. Why don't we make a streamathon to save all Pirate Software's ferrets? Because it'll never work. It doesn't matter how much money you have. He's never going to stop fucking them. That's just how it is. Does plowing in summer result in good crops? Well, I'll tell you what it won't result in is another dead kid. Better genetics, and maybe little Timmy wouldn't be dying of leukemia. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? There's so much to work with there. I could be the worst human being on planet Earth and maybe still help one of those kids out by them getting $2 extra. That makes more fucking sense. Then I'm going to sit here and cry about someone who died on the news like I could have changed anything. Man. This is actually making me mad now the more I think about it. It's like, you know how atheists get mad when someone says, I'll pray for you? I get mad in the same way when some retard on the other side of the planet thinks that they're going to do anything. In the grand scheme, charity events are awesome. It just matters to me that what percentage of each dollar actually goes to them. That bothers me. If there's a 75% admin charge, I'd rather drive to my local hospital and buy little Timmy an Xbox. Whipnipper, I'm in the same box as you there. A good example of this is I really wanted to do a few charity streams in the future, surrounding getting like donations towards like animal shelters and stuff because I just really like animals. And what I registered at some point was it's actually cheaper, more efficient, and more effective for me to go out of my way to buy a bag of dog food and drop it off there every now and then, because at least I know for a fact that the dogs are using the dog food, as opposed to some guy just bought like his second OnlyFans subscription using the admin money. Can you play their saved files? Suppose it depends. It depends if the save's corrupted or not, but it probably is going to be one. But yeah, I'm going to be asking that charity a lot of questions before I say yes or no. We'll go from there. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it. That's decided, and it's all Barando's fault. We'll focus on video games. I think it's way more interesting. And with that in mind, let's find out if there is hope, actually, for the MMORPG kind of system in 2025. Yeah, you know what's really weird? I don't know. This feels like a psyop when it comes to MMOs. 2 to 3 weeks ago, every single video that I was seeing released on YouTube was all MMOs are over. MMOs are done. There's nothing out there. And then, like, in the last 2 weeks, it's just been, oh my god, MMOs are back. There is hope. I feel like this was fucking planned. Like, I keep missing the Illuminati meetings where they plan this shit and everyone releases the stuff at the same time. God damn it. Motherfucker. I gotta message Sawman. Got on my way to get him to get me in on these fucking meetings.
Little Timmy doesn't need money for meds or some shit. He needs money to buy a gamer PC to start his streamer career.
Let's go one step above that, Keith. He needs an IRL streaming kit, and before he dies, I think little Timmy needs to see some ass and titties. We're taking him to the strip club. There's a real nice 75-year-old woman named Ming Bao who's about to gyrate like centimeters from little Timmy's face. He'll never forget that as long as he lives, and he's only going to live a week. We can make a difference. Oh, fuck. Okay, fuck. You're pulling me off of Toothless Cam. She's just gumming away at his earlobe and other parts of his body. That's even worse. God damn. What pisses me off about a lot of charities should pirate Goonware because of his fucking ferret rescue. All the money goes to him anyway. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that Pirate Software was probably stealing all of that fucking money. Every single cent I'm willing to bet he was stealing. All MMOs need to be popular again is to reduce the grind and time investment. You know what? I think the opposite, Bestia. I've been thinking about this for a while now. I thought about this for the last week. Why the fuck was World of Warcraft so popular back in the day? Why World of Warcraft, of all games, was it so popular and entertaining for people? And I think World of Warcraft has something that other MMORPGs didn't have. At least when it came to like vanilla. They gave a shit about the leveling experience. The leveling experience wasn't just something you blasted through to get to level 80 or level 60 or whatever the fuck it was. You played the leveling experience to experience the game. And I think if you had a new MMORPG out there where actually playing the leveling experience was enjoyable and fun, I think it would pop the fuck off. But the problem is so many video game devs in the MMORPG genre treat the leveling experience like it's a chore. Like, they're like, oh, we're going to put all this end game content in. Oh, fuck, I can't believe we have to, oh, fuck, we have to do a leveling experience. Shit. Fuck, I can't, okay, you know what we'll do? Is we'll take 3 interns, we'll throw them into a room, and they're going to come back to us in 2 days with what leveling from 1 to 100 is going to look like. That's what we're going to do. When you leveled in World of Warcraft in Classic, if you read the quest lines because you had to because there was no quest tracker, you learned about the story, you learned about the different characters, you learned about why certain areas looked the way they did. Karazhan was a fucking amazing raid. The way it was set up, I've never seen another raid that good in World of Warcraft ever again. No. Time investment is something that old players are okay with, but already married to another MMO. So you got to get new players, and those don't have the patience now. What you're telling me is that you're fucked regardless then, Bestia. Because time investment means that what you do matters. No time investment means that nothing you do matters. So why are you playing MMOs and not bing bong game on your mobile device and not giving a shit about anything else? Which is kind of what devs currently think, right? I think if you could give a shit about the leveling experience, again, if it felt like progression, if you picked up an MMO and from minute 1 to max level was actually entertaining as opposed to feeling like a chore, you wouldn't give a fuck about the grind because you're just having fun. And now, like, World of Warcraft Vanilla is never going to happen again today, right? The gameplay is outdated, it's old, it's tired, people have already experienced it. But I think if a game dev was brave enough to give a shit about the leveling experience in like a fundamentally, let's just make this really, really enjoyable and entertaining and feel good for the player, I think that MMO would pop the fuck off. Like, if it really felt like progression as opposed to, fuck, let me get to the next number just so I can get through this and play the real game that starts at level 80 or level 60 or level 100 or wherever the fuck it is, depending on the MMO. That's the problem with it, I think. Guild Wars 2 Mastery System is a good stopgap for the Guild Wars 2 space, but it's not the best system. I'd say the Mastery System in Guild Wars 2 feels like more progression than leveling from 1 to 80. And I think that's a big miss by the Guild Wars 2 devs. They fucked up their leveling experience. That's the worst part of the game. Like, Jesus Christ. Your new players, the first thing they're experiencing is the worst part of the game? Fuck me. What a terrible way to do things. Now, for all games I play, MMOs is one I have the most ideas for making them good again. It's also the genre I couldn't replace with something else. There's always this MMO itch. I agree with you, Barando. I agree. There's always this itch. That's just, it's unscratchable without an MMORPG. You know what's really fucked up? Every now and then, I pick up, like, a fucking porn game. And I play it a little bit to try and, like, find one that I think is going to be entertaining and fun enough to do another speedrun ban on Twitch. Porn games fucking suck. I'm just going to be honest with you. All of them suck ass. They're terrible. But there is one little pixel art RPG game that's got a better crafting system in it than most modern MMORPGs. It's so fucking stupid that exists. There is no fucking guy making shitty porn games in his basement who should be outperforming any MMORPG, no matter how bad that MMO is. But it exists. And that's concerning to me. That's really, really concerning to me. WoW at Baron's chat in a time when nothing else really compared to that. That too. But you're not going to have that today because people would just go onto YouTube to try and find a way to speedrun their way through it as well. The MMOs need an entire redesign on how the leveling system works, and no one's brave enough. No one has the balls to try and do it. They just treat leveling like it's a fucking chore. Would you prioritize a story mode in a new MMO game? No. I would prioritize gameplay over absolutely everything else, Keith. Because if you're playing an MMO, you're playing an MMO for a long period of time. The gameplay needs to be so fucking solid that you don't give a shit that you're spending infinite amounts of time playing that game. It doesn't matter. Story's got to be second. Gameplay's got to be first. I need name for a friend. Here, I'll see if I can find it for you. I've got an entire folder filled with incredibly shitty, trashy fucking porn games that all suck ass. And this one is no different. It sucks ass. But the problem is... fuck, let me see if I can find it. All of them suck ass. But the problem is I looked at the crafting system in this, and I was like, what the fuck? How is this better than most MMORPGs' crafting systems? Why the fuck does this work better? Hold on, I'm just gonna do this because I don't know if there's porn on the fucking the splash screen or not. Yes, I'm a nerd, and I'm unashamed of it. Here we go, it's this one. It's dog shit, this game. It's fucking trash. It's a little shitty RPG game, right? It's fucking trash. It's garbage, right? But here's what's fucked up, right? Where's the crafting shit? Right, so you've got your crafting benches, right? Wait, No, I don't have... fuck me. I haven't played this fucking game. Hold on. Let me go back to the beginning of the game. Fuck. Let's go here. I think it's here. Right? Yeah. So you've got these, like, crafting benches, right? Where you like, forge armor and shit, but in order to get that, you need to take raw materials and you need to process it. Each thing has a different, like, ranking. You've got, like, DCA, like, you know, like you see in animes and shit, right? And different ones come with different things, right? And you need to take a D rank item, turn it into a C rank, and so on and so forth. And you've got to synthesize items and materials, which you can then take to the crafting bench, and you've got a whole bunch of other shit that you put together. This has a better crafting system fundamentally inside of it than most MMORPGs, which is devastating. That's fucking painful to say. That hurts my feelings. That exists. I'm fucking mad at this shitty-ass trash dog shit porn game. And it's called Rake In. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I think that was like just a mistranslation because I can't figure out how to change Japanese writing to fucking English writing. But somehow that shitty little trash fucking game has a better crafting system than most MMORPGs. And that's painful to say. That's really painful to say. Mabinogi literally has this kind of shit. In order to increase your refining rank, you need to refine materials relating to your rank. Same with blacksmithing and shit. This is the thing, though, right? That game has an alchemy system, a lockpicking system, a blacksmithing system, a material synthesis system. It's almost like RuneScape. And each one of those levels separately into its own fucking thing. How the fuck did some retard programming a shitty porn game get a bit, like, do this better than most MMOs can figure out how to do this? That's what hurts. I know there are better crafting systems in certain MMOs, but it hurts to know that that system outperforms some MMOs. That's what hurts my feelings. That's the worst part. Oh man, it makes me so mad. Crafting is just glorified inventory management. Yes, if it's done wrong, it absolutely is. When it's done wrong, yes, absolutely. When it's done right, it's fucking fantastic. Why do you need a crafting system in a porn game in the first place? I don't know, Keith. I've never gotten to a point in that fucking game. Like, just playing it for like fucking 20 minutes or whatever the fuck. There's no point where I was like, this crafting system is fundamental to the gameplay. But somehow it fucking exists. And it's the most interesting part of the game. That's what hurts. God damn. Porn games are underrated. No, they're dog shit. I've never played a porn game that's good. They're all trash. I can't find one that's funny or entertaining enough that I would play on stream that would make for a good speedrun ban, right? I've never found one that does anything but be like fucking contrived bullshit that's not actually a storyline. It's some teenager's fantasy. I saved a woman from rape and now she's gonna fuck me. Yeah, because that's what she's thinking about. Like stupid shit like that. Honey Pop's not even good. That's just a visual novel. Jesus, it's bad. Oh, man, okay. Now I'm getting off track. Now I'm just fucking raging at the fact that fucking MMORPG games are big companies that don't know how to design shit. Let's see what MMORPGs actually exist in 2025.
Since my previous upcoming MMOs vid, and in that time we've not only had many MMOs on that list actually become playable, but we've also had a lot of newly announced MMOs. The goal of this video is to be the most comprehensive upcoming MMOs list for the next year, and there'll be timestamps in the description for you to navigate around. Some of the games mentioned here will be currently playable in an early access pre-release state.
Okay, Dracantos I've heard of. Apparently this is really, really good. I'm really upset that I actually missed the the beta weekend for this one. I really wanted to play this.
Whilst others will be in early development with expected release dates ranging from later in 2025 to the distant future. This video took a lot of work and I've been getting killed in the YouTube algorithm recently, so please support the content by helping us out with a like and listen.
Again, we've got someone being fucking murdered by the new AI that's butchering people's channels.
If you're fucked up enough.
That's true, Edward. You know, there's that statement that a guy will make to another guy. He'll be like, some guys are out there jerking off to soccer games. And you don't even doubt it. You're just like, yeah, probably, right? There are people jerking off to normal games. And I'm not talking games like where there's human beings in it and shit. Like the game is all about, like, I don't know, mixing potions, and people are jerking off to the bottles. Someone out there is doing it, and you know that's happening.
Listening to today's sponsor, Ragnarok M Classic.
Oh,
if you miss old school Ragnarok Online or you've never tried it, this is the officially licensed return to that cozy party play grind on iOS, Android, and PC.
Mobile game, you know he made bank off of this. You know he made some real fucking bank off of this one.
But this time, no paywalls, no cash shop changing the rules, just adventure. Fight monsters, complete quests, sell your drops, and use the new in-game currency Zenny to get everything. Gear, cards, materials, even headwear bought and sold on the player exchange. No swiping a card, no premium items, meaning everyone plays by the same rules. Upgrading gear is stress-free too. As long as you farm and bring the right materials, your upgrade to plus 15 is guaranteed. No coin flip fails or broken items. Free offline battle keeps your character grinding whilst you're away, so you can log back into some real progress. There's also a monthly pass which is free for everyone forever. Just log in to claim bonuses to XP, drop rates, and monthly cosmetics at zero cost. Classes are the heart of RO, Thief, Acolyte, and Magic.
What an interesting, amazing game. I definitely don't want to play that shit.
Now. Chrono Odyssey is an upcoming dark fantasy.
Oh, man. I'm going to say this now, and you're going to fucking hate me for this. Chrono Odyssey has every piece of potential it needs to be a good game. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking with you when I say this. Chrono Odyssey could really, really be a watershed windfall kind of game. But it's not going to live up to any of its potential at all. And yes, it got delayed. I played this game. I played the shit out of this game, trying to find what was good about it. There are really, really good, nuanced systems in it, hidden under a pile of dog shit. It's going to live up to zero of the potential that it's meant to. And that's so fucking, like, it makes me so upset because it's actually got a worse start to it than New World. It's discount New World, and it could actually be what New World was meant to be. Incredible. But I just don't see it living up to that. Those Koreans, they fuck up everything.
To see Korean MMORPG developed by Chrono Studio and published globally by Kakao Games. This is a full open-world MMO with an action combat system.
All I'm saying is maybe if those Koreans just opened their eyes a little bit, they'd be able to tell what's wrong with the game.
The game has a mix of both PvP and PvE content, but leans more in the direction of PvE, and has both a user interface and gathering system rather similar to New World. I covered the recent closed beta test for Chrono a few months back on the channel, and considering it was aiming for a late 2025 release at the time, it wasn't looking good. Since then, the devs have acknowledged all the feedback from testers, and the game will rightfully be delayed until 2026.
Delay it until 2027 and spend double the amount of time and effort, and maybe you'll have a good game. I don't think 2026 is enough. Also, like, the problem is Asians design games the same way they drive, right? There's gonna be a fucking disaster somewhere along the line, and they just refuse to learn their lesson about it. It just keeps happening. Instead of fixing the problem or like learning not to do that, they just get a new car and fucking fly down the highway on the wrong side of the road next week and do the same thing in a new car. Just keeps happening. It's really upsetting.
Chrono Odyssey will be buy to play and potentially not pay to win, so if the devs can get this game up to a good state of polish, it could be a decent MMO to look forward to next year. Arcade.
My hot take is that Chrono Odyssey could be incredible, but it's never going to live up to that potential.
Arcade Chronicles, formerly Arcade 2, is a upcoming MMORPG developed by XL Games and published by Kakao Games that should be releasing in 2026. Unfortunately, Arcade Chronicles seems to be way less massively multiplayer than the original, with the devs describing it more as a shared world online action RPG.
So it's not an MMORPG.
There will be party play and up to 20 player raids, but those massive open world faction wars from Arcade 1, probably not happening. Hence why the devs dropped the name Arcade 2 and went for the Chronicles name instead. As for features, expect player housing, dungeons, life skills, arena PvP, a big focus on narrative and storytelling, as well as an action combat system. Arcade Chronicles is another Unreal Engine 5 MMO, and for me personally, I think the success of this one rests entirely on how good the combat is, considering the lack of a focus on the massively multiplayer world. Aion 2 is an upcoming...
Oh man, I'm so looking forward to Aion 2. I have great memories about Aion. Not because it was a good game, but because I played this with friends. And I love playing it with friends because we fucked around so much in this game. Aion, by the way, is the game I've told you the story about, where a buddy and me made the hottest bitches we could in game. We made them perfect. We spent hours crafting those asses, getting the exact right height, the exact perfect tittage, molding the faces like Rodin carving out a statue out of marble. And when we were done, we had like 7 or 8 simps who just gave us absolutely everything because we just pretended we were girls in the game. And they just gave us shit. They just like escorted us around, did all the quests for us, gave us free gold. And they were like, hey baby, you want to hop in voice chat? And I was like, hee, my microphone's broken. They just gave us so much shit. Simps are such little pussies. Holy fuck. They are desperate for female attention to the point that some retarded 15-year-old pretending to be a girl will get free loot out of them. The only boss fight we really had was convincing people that we were girls, and it wasn't even that hard. All we had to do was act a little bit shy. It was really, really fucked up. Vietnam flashbacks of Ishal Glen server of Ion. I played an Asmodean, and because everybody played Elios on that server, they had Asmodeans. They had to give Asmodeans a bunch of incentives to even out the population. We played Elios with the girls. When we played our actual main characters, which were males, we played Asmodeans as well, which were, come on. They were the badasses. Asmodeans were fucking badasses. They were the best. Ion removed my skill to turn people into dancing penguins, and I never played it again. That's fair. Yeah, they fuck it up like that, and you never want to go back. This is eventually culminated with Asmodean players learning how to fight off 10 fucking Elios players. Yes, Jimmy. Yes, we fucking did. My main was a cleric, an Asmodean cleric, and I learned how to heal myself and pick fights and win against in 3v1 situations. It felt so fucking good. And what I used to do was I'd fly out into the abyss.
The only games that have a chance of being something similar to an MMO and succeeding are Light No Fire and maybe Soulframe.
No.
Good standard MMOs can't even be made because of how they have to be monetized and how long the development process takes.
There's 2 problems with that. Edward, they don't have to be monetized the way they're currently being monetized. The industry has convinced everyone that they have to be over monetized in order to survive. No, they fucking don't. They don't. But what they need to do is chase after the biggest fucking pot of gold in the shortest period of time possible. And instead they'll sacrifice all development time to make sure that happens. But Soulframe and Light No Fire will not succeed on the level that MMOs did in the past. It just won't happen.
Coming high fantasy MMORPG made in Unreal Engine 5 that will be releasing in Korea and Taiwan Q4 2025 with a global release mid-2026.
It doesn't look
Aeon
bad.
2 has been in development for 7 years now, and despite being cross-platform on both PC and mobile, it does—
Oh, never mind, it's mobile. It's fucked.
seem like Aeon 2 is more PC focused. The game will feature a mix of both PvP and PvE content, including Realm vs Realm, open world PvP, dungeons, raids, solo PvE content, and of course the iconic angelic wings and the ability to fly absolutely everywhere. Aeon 2 recently shared some actual gameplay, and the game is looking a lot better than I expected. I covered it in a recent vid, so go check that out if you want to find out more. The biggest risks to Aeon 2 being a success or failure, in my opinion, will be the monetization, as with every Korean MMO.
It's gonna be the monetization, and if they've got it on mobile, no, it's fucked. I think it's fucked. It's not going to survive a very long time. It's fucked. Also, Blue Protocol Star Resonance, my opinion hasn't changed. This game's not going to survive. It's not, like, the Star Resonance rework of this game is not good enough of a reason to play this game when you could play Honkai Star Rail or fucking Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact or any other anime bullshit game. There is no reason to play this Chinese cartoon when there are better Chinese cartoon games to play instead. That's just
Protocol
how it is.
Star Resonance. Now, this is different to the Japanese Blue Protocol by Bandai Namco, which was shut down in January 2025. A Tencent-backed developer purchased the rights to Blue Protocol, made a bunch of changes, improved the combat, changed the core gameplay loop, and it will be releasing globally in 2025 as a Blue Protocol Star Resonance. Features-wise, the game is entirely PvE-focused, no PvP. It's got life skills, social activities, a story-driven linear MSQ similar to Final Fantasy XIV, PvE dungeons, solo challenges, and world bosses for up to 20 players.
It's not enough. It's not enough, and unfortunately the questing system is very contrived, not embedded enough into the actual gameplay loop. It's instanced, it's small world, it's a third-person ARPG. That's what this game is. And the fact that he's mentioned Unreal Engine 5 on all of these is not giving me any level of confidence. Though the problem isn't the engine, the problem is the lack of creativity and development beyond just baseline engine, click and drag the standard box with no customization whatsoever. You didn't like Tron's Warframe. Oh, what do you mean Tron's Warframe? After giving you a midlife crisis, I have to go and give my very important opinion. Okay, good night, Barando. And also fuck you for doing that to me, god damn it. I didn't need this tonight. God damn, it's my first day back streaming, and you did this to me, you asshole. God damn it. I'm gonna be totally honest here. I feel like any new AAA game that was made in Unreal Engine 5 doesn't have any personality. They look the same for me, and don't fucking get it. It's the same game, but with different skins and gambling loot boxes. I'll tell you why, Keith. This is how it works, right? You're looking at Unreal Engine 5, right? You're looking at the game development engine. You've probably got like a window over here, right? You've got another window over here. You've got a window over here. And then you've got a few buttons here at the bottom, right? And what's happening here is you've got a process flow of programming. So you've got all these things that are linked together to give you a final output of what happens to your character, right? And in this box over here are the standard templates of all the different things, and these are labeled like damage, attack 1, attack 2, defense, a dodge roll, and over here, right, is a window that would let you click on these boxes and customize all the numbers and figures for these standard templates that they put in here. And what these AAA devs do is they click and drag these template boxes into the process flow of what happens to a character or an NPC, and they never touch a single fucking number here whatsoever. That's why it all feels the same. Good night, Lord Fitner. It's just going to be that non-stop. Unreal Engine 5 unironically made game deving way too easy for these lazy rat fucks who can now crank out a bullshit game with a zero thought or process behind it in under 10 seconds. Right? I'm willing to bet that an AI given a shitty prompt could probably outperform most of them. Game devs are just that bad and out of ideas these days. It's not, I can't even say they're game devs. They're just people desperately trying to keep their job. Real game devs are probably all just leaning into the indie development scene because they can find that with one vision and one unique goal in mind, some random indie dev can outperform most AAA games because they just do a way better job because they're less full of shit about it. That bucket of dicks in an office has 7 different managers breathing down his neck, telling him he needs to get, this piece of design done in 2 days. Whereas that guy who's an indie dev is like, well, shit. It turns out it's going to take me 3 months instead of 2 months to do this thing, but I really, really give a fuck about my video game. And so I'm going to go out of my way to do that. That's the difference. Also, one guy programming a video game has less expenses to worry about than like an entire AAA industry. Yeah. Got a hair in my mouth. Yeah. There's a video about the Eternity update for Mabinogi and the devs. Yeah, I'll look at that another time. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch the entire history of microtransactions, then we're going to play some Guild Wars 2. I actually really, really want to play Guild Wars 2 tonight. I missed it. I actually
Monetization-wise, it's free to play with cosmetic gacha and a battle pass.
But Jimmy, do me a favor and put that in the reaction requests in the Discord, and I'll take a look at that later.
Also features quite a fun movement system with some crazy air jumping mechanics. Soulframe by Digital Extremes, the same developers as Warframe, isn't really an MMO, but more of a co-op RPG/MMO light.
So again, not an MMO. Here's my problem, right? He's now spoken about one MMO, not an MMO, potentially not an MMO because it's mobile, not an MMO, not an MMO. Do you see the fucking problem I'm seeing here already? God damn it.
It's a game most MMO players will likely enjoy though, due to it having a satisfying action combat system, top tier audio design, nice visuals, and a unique world and theme to explore. I played and covered the Soulframe Alpha on my channel earlier this year and actually had a lot of fun with it. The game is likely to release late 2025 or early 2026, and this is a game that I think has a high likelihood of actually being good, so keep this one on your radar. Ashes of Creation is probably one of the most ambitious MMOs currently in development, with its main selling point being its node system, where cities and towns dynamically evolve.
You know, I played this game, and my whole house shut down because my house decided, no, we're not playing this game. Honestly, I couldn't have timed it better. I couldn't have timed the shutdown of my entire house better when I tried to play this game last stream. Fuck, I can't believe it. Like, I thought I was sitting there talking to no one for like the last 20 minutes. But no. It was perfect. I wish I had the skill to do that kind of stuff on purpose, because I would do it all the time. Fuck. It was so goddamn perfect.
Depending on what the players on the server are doing. This is a true MMORPG with thousands of players per server and a huge mix of both PvP, PvE, and casual content. It also falls more into the Sandpark MMO category, which blends both sandbox and theme park elements. Ashes of Creation has been playable in its Alpha 2 state since October 25th, 2020.
I'm gonna be honest, for some reason, looking at the alpha that it's in now, for some reason, I think the game looks worse than it did when the alpha first started. And I don't know why I feel that way. I don't know if I'm just misremembering, or I'm looking at it from like a rose-tinted glasses perspective of when I first played it, and even then I didn't enjoy it that much. I thought it was kind of boring. But for some reason, I feel like it looks worse now than it did when it started off in the alpha. I don't know if I'm being psyoped by that or not.
24 and has recently transitioned to its Alpha 2 Phase 3 stage, where the game will have 24/7 uptime. As for a full release, no official date yet, but I'd estimate sometime in 2027. And after playing the game, I'm definitely looking forward to it because the combat and class design is amazing. The world feels massive, and it's not going to be pay to win. It's just a very long wait for the full release. Subscribe to my channel if you want to keep up to date with Ashes, as it's a game that I regularly cover on the channel, and is the MMO that I'm personally the most excited for.
Good night, Vladimir.
Project Ghost is a new in-development MMO from Fantastic Pixel Studio, aka the studio led by ex-WoW and Riot dev Ghostcrawler. This project was announced in late 2023, and they've already started showing...
This is definitely not going to be released in 2025. This one's coming out in like 2031. My big concern for this one, and like it's so early on, it's impossible to judge this, but I hope they change the graphical style to be something more unique and less like fucking clunky than what they've got it as currently, because it just feels so generic.
Early gameplay via playtests with popular streamers. For only 18 months of development, I was actually really impressed with what was shown. As for the game itself, it's being built in Unreal 5 and seems to be innovating by splitting the world into blue zones, which are solo or small group roguelike runs, and red zones, which are your typical shared world areas with bosses, quests, PvP, and social hubs. The game is probably still a fair few years away from a full release, but it's a...
Look top right corner, 2028 plus. I think that's very optimistic. I think that should say 2030 plus. Wasn't Ashes the creation of the MMO where your class is a shit ton of options? That is the only interesting thing for me. Yeah, it pretty much is, but the problem is, I think the problem with Ashes the creation currently is the gameplay loop feels stale. What drug is that spray? It's like a throat spray. Oh fuck! That I forgot to tell you the end of the story when it came to whatchamacallit, when it came to that person who used to live here, who like put me through all that legal shit, right? But maybe I'll tell you. I'll keep that story for another time. But basically, I had to yell my fucking lungs out at them to get them off my property. Right, so my throat hurts. So I'm using a throat spray. Also, I don't know where my lozenges have gone. It's not really an MMO either, so 2028 is believable. Yeah, it's going to be like isolated roguelike-ish, pretending to be, it's basically, it's a roguelike pretending to be an MMO. So now they're 100% gone. Yes. Oh, okay, so you know what? I might as well just fucking tell you now, because why the fuck not, right? So, the day that this person left, and they cleared out my fucking house, because I said, look, it's been so goddamn long. If you don't take your shit, I'm gonna throw it out on my lawn and I'm gonna set it all on fire because I'm getting rid of all your shit. So they show up and they throw a temper tantrum and they start screaming at me, and I start telling them, you better get the fuck off my property or things are gonna go bad, right? And then they start being like, oh, is that a threat? Oh, you want to kill me? And all of this stuff. And I'm like, I just yell. I'm like, get the fuck off my property. Yes, I've changed the locks. And get this. This is the best part. And I'm like, get the fuck off my property. Take your shit. Get the fuck out of here. I never want to see you again. Right? And then they're like, fine. And they get all their stuff. And they're like, leave with it. They like put it in the back of like a truck to get the fuck out of here. And then she turns around and she walks up to me and she like walks up to me and is like, hey, yo, can I borrow $500? And I nearly lost my goddamn mind. This person has been like fucking threatening my family, sent people to my house that I had to like get fucking arrested, done permanent damage to my finances and my life, turned a room into a fucking biohazard, and then on the way out the door, they just turn around, they walk up to me like, but can I get $500? I was like, what the fuck? I lost my mind in that moment. Holy shit. It was so bad. Only 500. They still wanted to try and get money out of me. It's so fucking wild. They tried to kill my dogs. Yes. They've done so much shit, it's hard to keep track of, Cyro. That's the problem. It's like, I feel like a fucking crazy person, because I'm like, how the fuck have they done so much shit that I can't even remember or list it all at the same time? And then they still walk up to me and then like ask for money, and I was like, fucking hell, Jesus Christ. My dogs are fine, by the way. They're actually doing a lot better. They seem to be a lot more lively now that this person's out of my house. But now I'm getting off track. Let's continue. Let's continue with Play-Doh the game.
Veteran-led team, and they've seemingly got a lot done in a short space of time, so hopefully we'll see it before 2030. Ragnarok Online 3 is the official sequel to the classic Ragnarok, revealed at G-Star
Another mobile game.
2024 and developed by Gravity in collaboration with Joymaker Games. The game sticks closely to its roots. Think familiar jobs, 10-player dungeons, Guild League PvP, and that same pixel art charm, but with a modern twist. Full 3D environments, a seasonal world model that refreshes itself periodically, and a focus on a fair, non-pay...
The real question is, why would anyone bother to play this over something like Albion Online? What is the primary draw here that makes this game more interesting than Albion Online? And I don't see it.
To-win business model. Well, hopefully, anyway. The game had a public playtest in August 2025 featuring a 10-player dungeon and guild PvP. There is, however, no confirmed launch date yet, but 2026 is looking like a realistic target. Bellator.
Have you watched Lord Hizen's newest video? No, I'm not. I've realized watching some of Lord Hizen's stuff that I don't know enough currently about Guild Wars 2 on my own that I should ever be looking at his content yet, Furion. Now is not the time. At some future date, it will be the time, but not now. I heard that this game went real bad with the playtest. I heard people bitching about Bellatorus, so let's see where this goes.
Is an upcoming PC-only medieval MMORPG by Korean developer NU. This game's already been in development for 7 years. It's being made in Unreal 5 and drops typical leveling and classes for a mastery-based progression system, letting you develop...
Probably his last video. It's about the new class specs. Okay, you see, that's the problem. Is I don't know enough about the new class specs. I genuinely don't know enough about the new class specs. I'm not playing the game at a high enough level that I can pick up on all the things that he's going to be saying. It's not going to make sense to me. I'd rather have the context of understanding what I'm doing. I'm not there yet. I'm not playing the game at a high enough level.
Combat or crafting specializations as you go. The world revolves around 5 noble houses in a constant state of political strife. PvP wars, crafting, and regional control are a big part of this game. The game is action combat with weapon switching, dodging, stamina management, and loot only comes from crafting or trade, not monsters. Korean closed beta testing started July 2025, but there's no global release date yet. Realistically, we're looking at 2026 or beyond. The Riot MMO has been in development since 2020, but after...
Are you ready to play the Riot MMO when you hit the ripe old age of 85? Just in time for you to die? You know what's really interesting about the Riot MMO is the amount of attention it keeps on getting. And we do not have a single piece of gameplay footage or an image or any idea, like not even a leak of what they potentially want to put in the game. It's like there's almost nothing there. And still people are fucking gooning over this shit. What happened? What happened to MMO players that we will eat any pile of shit in front of us in the desperate hope that somewhere in there is a fucking Twinkie. Jesus Christ.
After hitting a creative roadblock, they reset the project in early 2024, with Riot's co-founder Mark Merrill stating the team would be going dark for several years. At Worlds 2024, Riot said the MMO is still alive and that the team now has a strong direction. Recent job listings suggest internal work is still ongoing, but we're likely still years away from this one and probably won't see anything public before 2027. You may remember all the way back in 2018 when it was announced that Amazon Game Studios would be working on a Lord of the Rings MMO with Chinese publisher Leiyu Technologies. Well, that one got cancelled in 2021, but in 2023, AGS secured a licensing agreement with Middle-earth Enterprises to make a completely new Lord of the Rings MMO. This is being developed entirely in-house by the team behind New World for both PC and consoles. It's said to be an open-world persistent...
Are you ready to play Rings of Power, the video game? The most powerful classes will be Black Elf and Woman. Those are your choices if you want to play optimally. If you get the penis debuff, you're fucked. Man, I wonder if anyone even believes that Amazon can put out a good game anymore. How many fuck-ups have they had with any of the games that they've touched? Have they had a single successful game that they've published or made themselves that hasn't like downward spiraled into a nightmare? Maybe their biggest success I can think of is off the top of my head is Lost Ark, but that's about it.
It's an MMO set in Middle-earth featuring stories from The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Release timeline for this is distant future, but hopefully we'll start seeing some screenshots.
No. They released a first-person shooter as well, and then they unreleased that first-person shooter. They like to they like to memory hole that one. Imagine making a game so bad you're like, no, I take it back. God damn.
And early gameplay in 2026. In May 2023, Jackalyptic Games, a newly rebranded studio led by MMO veteran Jack Emmett and backed by NetEase, teamed up with Games Workshop to build a new Warhammer MMO using Unreal Engine 5. They haven't said whether it will be fantasy or 40k, and we've not seen any gameplay or concept art, so still very early stages. What we do know though is that they'll likely go with an action-based combat system. I wouldn't expect anything from this one until the late 2020s if all goes well. Guild Wars 3 is officially in development at ArenaNet, confirmed by NCSoft at a shareholder meeting in 2024. Right now there's no gameplay, no trailers, and Guild Wars...
Are you ready for the gacha game mechanic mobile version of Guild Wars 2? Because I am. Cha-ching! NCSoft is in control! And then you're going to see the articles released where people are like, why are Guild Wars 2 players not leaving? Oh, fuck. But the problem is, right? The problem is everything about Guild Wars 3 is completely unconfirmed. All of this is leaks. All of this is speculation. There is no, like, true focus on this. There is no announcement. There is no, we are developing it. There's no indication that they've been slowing down on the expansions of Guild Wars 2. I think that this man just, he got broken telephoned on this one. I think he got broken telephoned and he's so desperate for a good MMO, he's trying to like will this into existence.
Wars 2 is still getting regular expansions, so it's clear the team isn't rushing this. All we really know is that the project exists, it's happening, and it'll be a true follow-up to Guild Wars 2. Considering how long MMOs take to make, I would not expect to play this until well after 2027, but as someone who really enjoyed Guild Wars 2, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they come up with. Light No Fire is a fantasy survival sandbox set on an entire Earth-sized planet that every player
So not an MMO.
explores together. This is being developed by Hello Games, the team behind No Man's Sky, and was announced in late 2023. The goal is massive. RPG depth meets survival sandbox in a shared procedurally generated world, where what you build stays out in the world for others to find. Light No Fire has been quietly worked on for over 5 years and is shaping up to be an insanely ambitious project. No release date yet, but rumours say we could see it late 2025 or 2026.
That doesn't look like an MMO so much as it looks like some variation of Ark Survival Evolved to me. I don't think that's going to be an actual MMO. Guild Wars 3 will likely be a slow starter at best. I don't think there's a Guild Wars 3 currently. I think people are so desperate for a new MMO, and they saw how good and enjoyable Guild Wars 2 was, that they're trying to will a Guild Wars 3 into existence. I think they're like trying to psyop the team into being forced to build Guild Wars 3.
Architect Land of Exiles is an upcoming Unreal Engine 5 Korean MMORPG set in a post-apocalyptic fantasy world after a great flood. The game was first unveiled at G-Star 2024, and personally, I wasn't super impressed. The gameplay in the trailer looked quite clunky with static animation locks. It was using a mobile UI, and visually...
Oh, hello, she's got a whole ass hanging out. God damn.
Quite generic. Perhaps this was just an old build though. Design-wise, the game is aiming to offer a high-freedom open-world experience without fast travel, encouraging players to explore on foot or with mounts and wings. It's got an action combat system, 5 classes so far, and is eyeing a 20...
If ANET does a Guild Wars 3, I'll leave the entire franchise. But Keith, think about all the silly little magical gacha things that you can recollect that you already had in Guild Wars 2. Think about all the wonderful things you can say on a mobile device to all the other players around you with a broken chat. Think about how if you go into the gem store, you can gamble gems away in hopes of desperately getting a mount that doesn't really do anything, but it looks kind of cool. You're not seeing the potential here, Keith. Hear me out on this idea. MMO where the goal of the game is to find the rarest nudes of e-whores and streamer e-whores, call it nipple wars. Yeah, you don't even need that. That's just called 4chan leaks celebrities' titties. That's already happening. That's called IRL.
2025 release in Korea, with a Western release coming later on. Where Winds Meet is releasing globally on November 14th, 2025, and is a game split into 2 modes, the MMO mode and the single-player mode.
Oh, God.
It's looking like the MMO mode will be light on the...
Why can they not just make a fucking MMO? Why do they have to, like, divide all this shit? Like, I've explained this so many fucking times. Like, it's like you need to be mentally retarded to work in a fucking office developing a video game. If this is your video game resource development budget, and you are spending this much of the budget not developing gameplay, and you're spending it on stupid shit like a cash shop, like a housing system, like some bullshit background system that doesn't actually matter, nothing that adds to the gameplay, and this is your fucking gameplay loop right here, and the remaining resources you have for that. If you now make 2 separate modes, you split this shit in half. What you do, you're trying to fucking polish a goddamn turd here. You polished it right into the furniture. Jesus Christ, like every time. It's like, the way they develop MMOs by splitting it into these entire systems is like finding a flattened out piece of fucking roadkill and trying to use it as a bank card at an ATM. Sure, it's going to be really funny when the next person behind you gets upset that there's a rat half sticking out of the fucking card slot, but you're not getting anything out of it. Except a giggle knowing that someone else is just as upset as you. Fuck, man. God damn it. Why? What is their obsession with doing this? Jesus. I'm confused on the wiki. What is the point of a war factory in Mechabellum? Does it make robots or just acts as Titanic anti-air? There's no anti-air with it. A war factory cranks out like 4 different units at the exact same time, so you can use it to flood the board with a bunch of shit that people can't handle. It's really, really good. If you play it right, it's one of the most overpowered units in the game. If you play it wrong, you just waste all your resources and you're fucked.
Massively multiplayer aspect come global launch initially, but Where Winds Meet already released in China in December 2024, and now has many more MMO elements with up to 1,000 players in the open world, and things like 50 vs 50 guild vs guild battles. After playing the beta of Where Winds Meet, I was genuinely impressed by the sheer scope of this game. Giant open world, action combat, too many features to even list, and it deserves a spot on this list because it's highly likely to evolve its MMO portion to mimic the features currently present in the Chinese version.
You know, want to know how you know that this game is fucked and not going to be an MMORPG? It's for mobile, console, and PC. That's how you can tell this game's going to be a fucking mess. It'll make a lot of money, though.
Oh, and the game also doesn't appear to be pay to win, instead going for the free-to-play plus cosmetic gacha and battle pass approach to monetization. Stars Reach is the new sandbox sci-fi MMO from Ralph Costa, the guy behind Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. It's set in one giant shared galaxy with procedurally generated planets you can terraform, settle, or even govern. Everything's simulated. Rivers flow, forests grow and burn, weather changes, and ecosystems actually...
This is like James Cameron's Avatar reimagined. I'm not sure I like the way this looks.
...react. It's classless progression, player-driven economy, and whole galaxy is one server with no shards. They funded the Kickstarter in under an hour back in February 2025, and it's already playable in pre-alpha for early backers. Full early access is expected late 2025, with launch planned for 2026. Apogea. This is basically a 3D spiritual success.
Okay, this one I watched Sawman play, and it doesn't look bad. This one has some potential. So let's see. Let's go through the list here. What do we got? MMO, not an MMO, not an MMO, not an MMO, not an MMO. MMO, 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 not an MMO, or might not be an MMO, doesn't even exist yet. Definitely gonna be a fuck up. Maybe an MMO. It doesn't even exist and is pure speculation. Is Ark Survival involved? So not really an MMO. Not an MMO. Not an MMO. And what's this one? Not an MMO. Fantastic. Jesus. I love how we have to pad these videos with games that aren't really MMOs. Views are down, huh? YouTube views are down. We're gonna pad these fucking videos to try and make up for that ad revenue drop, huh?
To Tibia, and is being made by an indie team of Tibia fans. I covered the Apogea playtest earlier this year, and the comments were super positive, with many viewers intrigued from what was shown. It's a passion project and modern take on the classic MMO with charming graphics, a rotatable top-down camera, player housing, and Tibia-style design without hand-holding where you actually need to type to NPCs to figure things out for yourself. The game's had a...
Yeah, I like that. I like what I saw when I saw Sawman play this game. This one does have potential. Do you think there's a demand for a turn-based RTS game that turns into an ARPG when you delve into dungeons you encounter on the map? I think mixing two different gameplay styles usually leaves you in a space where you've got two different player bases that might not like the other kind of gameplay, and then you end up negating the idea of attracting both. It's like, if these are the players who like ARPGs, and these are the players who like RTSs that are turn-based, this is now the sum total of the people who want to play your game. You've now lost this entire market, and you've lost this entire market here as well. Also, the idea of splitting gameplay into two different gameplay loops is very dangerous, because if you do it right, it's gonna be great, and if you do it wrong, it's gonna be a fucking shit show. And most of the time it's done wrong because you're dividing your development resources in half. And so you're not really doing either really well, you're just doing both of them shittily. It's like, what's better? A 9 out of 10 that does one thing, or two things that are 4 out of 10, right? Would you fuck a 9 out of 10? Or two 4 out of 10s that have missing teeth and eyebrows?
A few playtests, and I was personally quite impressed by it. I'd expect this one to release early 2026, so put this on your wish list if you're an ex-Tibia player. Anvil Empires. Now this game looks really cool and has a high chance of success because it's basically the medieval version of the online war MMORPG.
This just looks like top-down Bannerlords to me.
Foxhole by the same development team. Foxhole was a big success, and I've always wanted a medieval version of that.
Two ladies at the same time. Who said they were ladies, coughing fool? That long clitoris was actually a penis, but you're only going to find out when you go for the STD check. And it turns out you got super gonorrhea. Also, thanks for the follow. There's no way I'm pronouncing your name. Holy shit. I don't even know how you make that sound. 80ATG. You don't get the player base of both. You only get people who like both. Exactly. Pixel art games are a pain. Single-player games like Fears of Fathom using PS1 tier graphics. Like, if you can tell a good story and have good mechs, you don't need 32K graphics. You can have the world's shittiest graphics, and if your game is good enough and has a strong enough gameplay loop, most players don't give a fuck because they're overwhelmed by these hyper-realistic Unreal Engine 5 slop games where the graphics are incredible and everything else just sucks dick. So yeah, you can have trash graphics, and if your gameplay loop is amazing, people will play it. Case in point, I was looking at it earlier, 9Kings. It's fucking pixel art. It's not even good pixel art, it's old school pixel art. But damn, that gameplay loop, that's weaponized autism right there.
Which is exactly what Anvil Empires is. Every soldier and villager in this game is a real player. The game can support up to 1,000 players in a single siege, and a recent public demo pulled in over 12,000 players. Development is still pre-alpha, but we should see this one arrive to Steam Early Access late 2025 or early 2026. Dracantos is a free-to-play hero-based pixel art MMORPG that I recently covered on the channel with its first closed beta. Since then, the game has gone through some big gameplay improvements to address the...
I have yet to hear someone complain about Dracantos. I'm gonna say you guys gotta play the French porn MMO. You mean Wakfu? That one. It's based off of a child's cartoon that's way too sexual. Man, the French love busting nuts to that fucking cartoon. Jesus Christ, the freaky shit I've seen about in comments about that goddamn thing. I played the beta and the combat was too slow and the movement was janky, but the devs of Dracantos said they're working on it. The point, yeah, that's kind of the point of a beta, is to see what people bitch about and then adjust from there, right? Now, everything Sawman told me, everything I saw Benji say about Dracantos, makes me believe that this game has potential, but I never got the opportunity.
The clitoris is a tiny dick? Whoa.
You know, I've never ever had the thought about folding a shoe in half and shoving it up someone's ass. But you're getting close, Keith. But anyway, like, it seems to have potential based on what I've heard a whole bunch of people say about it. It seems like this has potential to be something.
The feedback from players,
whether it's an actual MMO or not, that's a different story.
Regarding slow combat and clunky movement, it's already looking a lot better than when I played it. Dracantos features 3-player co-op dungeons, player hubs that give you that MMO vibe, and a charming open world to explore, as well as side quests and an MSQ.
That's the point.
I'd expect a release from this one late 2025 to early 2026. Formerly known as Evercraft, Adrelian Online Adventures is basically what you'd get if EverQuest got reimagined with Minecraft-style voxels. Built by a tiny American team called Hidden Tree, it's all about classic MMO feels. Think group quests, crafting, races, class...
Oh man. Those are the sexiest graphics for anyone under the age of 23. Fuck. Gen Z are going to be busting fat nuts to this game.
And lore-driven exploration wrapped in a voxel art style. They've already ran a few tests, with a recent one in July reaching 1,100 concurrent players in the first 30 minutes. Hytale may have gotten cancelled.
It's way too sexy. This has to be an 18+ game. That's way too sexy for Zoomers. They can't handle this shit. They see blocks and they just start getting erect. They can't help it. It's what they've grown up with. It's what they know. There's nothing that gets them going like a square pair of titties.
This year, but maybe this one can fill the void. No launch date yet, but it doesn't look too far away from release. Vindictus Defying Fate. Not really an MMO, but it does have light multiplayer.
So again, not an MMO, fuck's
Elements with
sakes.
4-player co-op and player hub areas. The original Vindictus wasn't exactly massively multiplayer, yet many MMO fans, including myself, enjoyed it, hence why it's included on this list. Defying Fate transformed the theme and world of Vindictus into a Souls-like action RPG built from scratch in Unreal 5. The game's already had a few test phases, and a lot of people are praising the combat. No release date yet, but I'd expect to see this one sometime in 2026 or 2027 at the latest. Sword of Justice Global. Before you write...
Oh, I can immediately tell this is a Chinese game about cultivating your inner chi to achieve immortality. I can tell already.
Right, this
That's
one
where
off.
this
This is the #1 most popular MMO in China, and I know you're not going to believe this, but it's not pay to win according to every source I can find. From the reviews and feedback, it's said to be one of the fairest big-budget Chinese MMOs to date, with a cash shop comparable to Guild Wars 2. From doing some research, it seems like China is actually clamping down on pay-to-win games via government regulations, so that...
Do you ever think you were going to be on the side of the Chinese government? Because I didn't. I didn't have that on my bingo card for 2025. It's so fucking hilarious to think that the Chinese government is fucking sick to death of pay to win in games. Xi Jinping is sitting there somewhere taking a shit, playing these games on his phone, and he's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, I gotta go in the cash shop again. And he's like, okay, we're gonna go chop off the left hand of every single developer who makes a Chinese MMO with too much pay to win. And all of a sudden, all of them were like, oh shit. So we're not doing that anymore.
That's good to see. Gameplay-wise, Sword of Justice Global is open-world wuxia themed with a flashy hybrid combat system. It's cross-platform on both mobile and PC. The PC version will have a more PC-style UI, and it's basically got all the MMO features you'd expect. Dungeons, raids, arenas, battlegrounds, and AI companions for solo players. As for a release, I'd expect to see this one before the end of 2025 or early 2026. Profane is a full-loot medieval sandbox MMO that's been in development since...
Oh, fun fact for those who don't know what wushu is, right? Wushu is this Chinese concept that relates to, like, fast-flowing movements, right? So in this case, wushu relates to the sound of money leaving your wallet whenever you pick up an Asian MMO. That's a historical thing for those who don't know. That's just some historical context.
Since 2015. The game is currently in alpha testing and features an open world where players can build, craft, and control territory. Profane is a classless MMO where your skills grow the more you do them. Progress in this one has been giga slow, so maybe we'll see it in 2026 or later. Crosswind is a 1 to 4 player co-op survival craft.
That's just... Oh, for fuck's sakes, that's another not MMO.
Crafting RPG with shared world zones coming later in development, which will introduce towns, PvP arenas, and community event areas separate from your private world. So not a full MMO, but a game that I'm looking forward to regardless. Expect crafting, building, ship combat, PvE challenges, and a buy-to-play
okay, I'm gonna start skipping shit that's not an
business
MMO.
model with Steam Early Access coming in 2026. Star Citizen.
Star Citizen. You fucking kidding me? Star Citizen.
To development in 2012. Development.
These guys have stolen so much money from people. My conspiracy theory, I'll say it again, about Star Citizen is it's always going to be an alpha until people stop giving them money. Because it is too profitable to never not be an alpha. people keep giving them money and keep believing that one day this is going to be real. And that this game is going to exist in a fully released state. And people just keep pouring money at them. So of course they're going to keep it in alpha. It's the same way your dad didn't pull out of you in the shower until he was finished. You don't stop halfway through. You keep going until there's nothing left. Until the light leaves the MMO player's eyes. Then, only then will it be either released or cancelled.
Costs are over $800 million at this point, still no full release date in sight. The game is playable in alpha testing to a limited capacity, and it's basically the most ambitious gaming project ever. You can buy into Star Citizen for like $50 and play the alpha, but it's still got a ways to go. PAX Day is a medieval social sandbox MMO in early access on Steam since mid-2024.
Okay, I've heard a lot of complaining about this one.
Developed by Finnish studio Mainframe Industries. Everything in PAX Day is player-made. There are no NPC quest givers, so you need to make your own goals. Build homes, craft weapons, trade, and even claim land to build villages in the open world. Gameplay-wise, it's a classless action combat system, and the game is made in Unreal 5. PAX Day is targeting a full 1.0 release in fall 2025, with an optional subscription model for bonus perks, but you won't need to actually pay to play. I covered the PAX Day alpha on the channel earlier this year and I wasn't super impressed, but it's had some big updates since then, so I'll give it another try.
I wasn't impressed, but it's had some big updates, so it's just more shit on top of shit. Oh my
For the
man.
full release,
Come
see
on.
if it's improved.
Come on.
Warborn Above Ashes. This is a hardcore 24/7.
I got an offer for sponsorship of this. And their offer was, hey, make a 20-minute video on this and we'll give you some money. How much money? $50. Lie about our game for $50, please. I mean, look, I know I'm a third worlder, but Jesus Christ, come on, man.
PvP first faction v faction MMO, where you need to pick one of 6 post-apocalyptic factions and then jump straight into massive 100 vs 100 wars. Gameplay-wise, it feels like a hero-based Albion Online. Traverse the world with mobile bases, craft gear, clear enemy camps, and seize control points.
Oh, God.
No ETA.
Oh, hold on. The worst thing about Star Citizen is that if it's cancelled, no one can ask for a refund or something like that because they practically made a donation to play the game early. Exactly. So why are we watching a video about the same list of MMORPGs we've already watched several videos about? But you don't understand, Sniper Tigers. This is the new list. This is, honestly, I'll be real with you. Lazy Peon here is draining the light from my eyes. I'm not even gonna, I'll watch this one on another day. I'm gonna play Guild Wars 2 after this. I need to be revived after this shit. Man, I'm slogging my way through this video. I feel like a Sherpa who forgot his pants at home and his dick's out, but he's still climbing the mountain in a snowstorm. He knows he can do it, but it's not going to be easy. That's what's going on here. Will you be open to watching funny political videos this day or next stream? I think I'm going to be moving away from political videos, Filter. I don't find joy in them. I've given them a try. I don't see much enjoyment. I had an entire crash out earlier about this
On a full launch, but the early playtests in 2025 pulled in over.
You know, I do have to give it to Lazy Peon though. Like, this is a real skill. Is having spent half a decade or more releasing the same fucking video every single month, and idiots like me still watch it, hoping that something's going to be different.
30,000 players,
Jesus.
And seems to be received well by large-scale PvP fans. I'd personally expect this one late 2025 to 2026. Scars of Honor is a free-to-play fantasy MMO in pre-alpha from Bulgarian indie studio Beast Burst. It's going for a classic WoW-inspired feel with battlegrounds, dungeons, player housing, guild halls, and promises of no pay.
Bad idea. Bad idea. Just repeating the same gameplay loop as before is a really bad idea. Holy shit, when will they learn? Oh, man. Did he show Project Overkill? I don't think he did.
To win. The game's had a few early tests already showing off PvP battlegrounds and some basic classes, with bigger systems like land ownership and scalable raids also in the works. Scars of Honor is aiming for a major testing phase in late 2025, but it's still looking like a year or two out before a full release. Cinder City, formerly known as Project LLL, is NCSoft's upcoming third-person MMO shooter built in Unreal Engine 5. In this game, you'll be dropped into a post-apocalyptic Seoul that blends ancient and future tech with combat that looks like a combination of The Division and Warframe.
Will this really be an MMO, or are they just using the bullshit title of MMO the same way something like Dune Awakening did?
NCSoft are targeting the second half of 2026 for a Cinder City global release on both PC and consoles. Core Punk is a top-down MMORPG with MOBA-like combat that was initially announced in 2019, and
Core Punk unfortunately had molasses-like movement in combat, which they've now fixed up, and it feels a lot better to play, but no one's going to give a shit because it's not on Steam. It's not highly accessible. So this one unfortunately seems to have been dead on arrival. This baby came out not breathing.
And came to Steam Early Access in late 2024. The game has a cyber fantasy theme.
Is it on Steam? Hold on. I've never seen it on Steam. Hold on. Am I wrong? Please tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, it's not on Steam.
Quests, crafting, PvP dungeons, and is buy to play with no pay to win. I covered Core Punk during the initial early access release and didn't enjoy it too much. However, in 2025 it's had a lot of updates that have addressed feedback by the player base. As for a full launch, we're looking at late 2025 to early 2026. Imagine if someone made a game that was a pure WoW-style Mythic Plus experience with no leveling, no questing, no open world, just dungeons, gear, progression, and an MMO-style hub area to hang out in.
What do you think it is about every single one of the, like so many of these fucking games relying on this Play-Doh-like graphical style? What is the obsession there? I don't understand. It feels poor quality to me. It's like, it feels like indie game released by guy in high school who was trying to figure out how games work. Whenever I see this Play-Doh graphical style, and I know I'm judging a book by its cover when I say that. Actually, you know where I get that opinion from? I get that opinion from Terraceland. I remember now. I feel that way because of Terraceland. That's what it is. That's when I started to feel this way about games that look like this. Core Punk is basically dead because the devs stopped giving a shit about the exploiters and Russians. Majority of the players have quit hoping it gets better. Unsurprising. So far, Core Punk is only attracting sociopathic retards who play whatever is overpowered and can never be beaten, so they never lose their OP best gear. Again, unsurprising.
That's basically Fellowship. It's aimed at people who love MMO dungeons and challenging co-op PvE experiences with leaderboards, ranked modes, and endless scaling. I think this could be a great game to boot up if you're hanging out in Discord with some friends and want to instantly queue some co-op PvE content together for some quick 10 to 20 minute runs. Fellowship is launching to Steam Early Access on October 9th, 2025 and will be buy to play. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is a spiritual successor to EverQuest, and after a lengthy 10 years of development...
Apparently people actually do like this game, which is shocking to me. I thought this one was going to fail.
Entered early access on Steam in December 2024. Pantheon is a classic tab-targeting MMO that's heavily designed around group play, with large dungeons, a seamless open world, and exploration. Pantheon is still likely multiple years away from a full 1.0 release, but at least it's finally playable with a small dedicated community. Monsters and Memories is an indie old-school MMO being built by a small team that includes former EverQuest developers. It's aiming to capture that classic style of slow, deliberate combat, group-focused progression, and meaningful consequences for death. The devs have already ran stress tests with over 1,000 players online, and are
This is mean to say. But you know, whenever like a TV series has like a kid who's playing a game, but it's obvious that the people who developed the TV series have no fucking understanding of video games, and they've just like put some random weird animation up in the background that looks like the kid's playing a video game. I kind of feel like the side character kid in whatever series you're watching on TV, where the producers don't understand video games, this is what's on his monitor. And he says the line, to his mom, I can't stop playing World of Warcraft now, Mom. I've almost gotten to the Sword of 1,000 Truths. This looks like fever dream WoW. What is it with everyone trying to redevelop WoW? What is this Victor Frankenstein shit? Jesus Christ.
We're planning for more public playtests throughout 2025. The game started development back in 2020 and is targeting an early access release early 2026. It's going to be a sub-fee business model at $15 per month, with no pay-to-win or cosmetic cash shop. Spawn World, an Unreal Engine 5 full loot PvPvE sandbox MMO by a small indie team that includes ex-Blizzard and Darkfall devs. Combat is aiming to be fast and skill-based. No
Another
levels or
reason
class-
why WoW did so well back in the day is probably because it was an established IP, with 3 successful RTS games, thus a lot of lore and a world to be attached to.
Yes. It gave people a lot of reasons to care, but the gameplay loop is what kept people around. There was nothing quite like it back in the day. It was enjoyable to play from beginning to end, and it hit all those neat little dopamine centers in your head. Now everyone's trying to recapture that.
Players can build settlements, partake in large-scale territory wars, and the game will also feature procedural NPC factions powered by AI that respond with dynamic behavior.
For fuck's sakes.
Still early days on this one, but Steam Early Access is...
I don't think AI is ready for like interaction with people yet. I think give it like another year or two. But this I would play for sheer purposes of hilarity, just to see if I can get the AI to turn into Mecha Hitler.
Scheduled for Q3 2026. Looking at the early trailer, I wasn't too hopeful for this one, but seeing it's made by actual experienced devs that seem to be taking advantage of the latest tech, maybe it'll be a pleasant surprise. Brighter Shores, free-to-play MMO in early access by Andrew Gower, one of the guys behind RuneScape. It's a point-and-click adventure in a rune-based fantasy world featuring story-driven quests and RuneScape-style skilling. I tried this game when it first came to early access. I didn't really like it, but there's been some big updates addressing player feedback since then, so perhaps it's worth a revisit for the full release, which is likely to be second half of 2026. Eternal Tombs, previously known as War of Dragnaroks, is a sandbox fantasy MMO from Triune Studios that's taking a very unique approach to MMO design, with live dungeon masters actively shaping the world. They've been running pre-alpha tests for a few years now, with thousands jumping in.
Oh, finally, something, a new innovative idea. Fuck, I'm not used to that. Holy fuck. Jesus. I nearly died. I felt my heart fucking skip a beat there. It nearly restarted. Jesus. Even if it's half-baked, holy fuck. I'm not used to innovation in MMOs anymore. Don't scare an old man like that. Jesus Christ, take me back to my Bing Bong game. Let me just play Fruit Ninja while I take a shit.
And the game's currently polishing up its combat and UI to gear up for more public tests around October 2025. This one's aiming straight for a full launch without early access, so expect it sometime in 2026 or a bit later. Legendarium Online is an indie sandbox MMO from a small Ukrainian studio. It's full loot PvP, there are no levels or classes.
This is Life is Feudal all over again, I can tell immediately.
And progression comes from about 140 different skills that you can mix and match. Features include housing, sailing, and non-target action combat. The game is still in pre-alpha with small playtests already held, so maybe we'll see this one come to early access in 2026. Past Fate is an open-world medieval fantasy MMO from Finnish indie studio Icy North Games. It's aiming for a sandbox experience with both PvE and...
Have you also noticed the obsession that people have now with adding sandbox and MMORPG together? Where they're trying to make this into the same genre? Just like, you know, Dune Awakening? Man, the obsession is wild.
And PvP, featuring dungeons, naval combat, multiple factions to join, mounts, housing, crafting, and large-scale battles. The game is classless with progression tied to the skills you use. It's still in closed alpha with the occasional playtest, and whilst early access was once planned for 2022, realistically it's looking more like late 2025 or 2026. Atlas. This is a wildcard pick. When I first saw it, I thought it looks absolutely awful, and despite looking like a low-poly furry RP game...
Oh, for fuck's sakes, they got the Undertale. Oh my god, this is like biting off of Undertale in 3D. Oh no. No, sorry.
From the mid-2000s. It's overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so it must be doing something right.
Yeah, it's doing something right for some very horny people who want to fuck some animals, yeah.
Atlas isn't a proper MMO, but it's a third-person action RPG with MMO elements. Quests, dungeons, loot, class selection, co-op play, and online modes. A full release is expected late 2025, but warning, it might turn you into a furry, so do be careful. Bitcraft Online is an MMORPG all about joining a community and carving out your own piece of an absolutely massive world map. You can terraform, build settlements, craft and level up your skills.
That furry game is made exactly for Pirate Software. I bet he plays that game, and if you were on the other side of a door while he was playing that game, the sounds you're hearing, it sounds like a hamster trying to escape a bottle, like a bowl of yogurt. Just constantly. Jesus. And this isn't even an MMO, god damn it.
Solo or with others, and the games very recently came to Steam Early Access, and could be looking at a full release in 2026 or 2027. Personally, I'd wait for more updates before jumping in, because whilst it's a nice second monitor game, the combat needs a lot of improvement. The Quinfall is a sandbox MMORPG that came to Steam Early Access in 2025 and is developed by a very small indie team with one actual developer. The game has an insanely long list of features that even in its unpolished state I find quite impressive that it was made by one guy. Quinfall's biggest issues have been that the game didn't have strong anti-cheat, and content-wise it's quantity over quality. As for a full release, I'd say multiple years away. Ethereal Echoes of Yore had a very rough launch in 2023 as a RuneScape-inspired
Oh look, it's Schedule 1.
Indie MMO, but after a takeover, it relaunched free-to-play as an open alpha with full loot PvP, class swapping, crafting, housing, and world bosses, basically a throwback to old-school MMOs. They've since added a hardcore mode, new bosses, new areas, and improved the game's fundamentals. They've mapped out updates through 2027, at which point they're hoping for a full launch. Similar to Pantheon, Camelot Unchained is also featured on every upcoming MMO list for the past decade. Unlike Pantheon, however, this one's not playable as of making this video. Camelot Unchained is a Realm vs. Realm MMO built with its own engine that started development back in 2012. The team had talks about a late 2025 release, but given their track record with
I remember now. I remember. I remember why I started looking at political videos and stuff like that. It's because I was looking to do something a little bit more positive for once in comparison to the MMO space. I remember now. I wanted something a little bit more upbeat in my life. If we just let the Germans reopen the camps for like a year or two and just put all of the game developers in there, I think we can solve this problem. Just a few camps, a few Hugo Boss uniforms, and the game developers inside the camps. And never allowed to leave. I feel like we could really, really solve the gaming industry's problems with MMORPGs.
With dates, I highly doubt it. Clearly a game in development hell that I'm not sure we'll ever see release. City of Titans, a superhero MMO that's also been on
Germans are too soy for that now. What are you talking about, Khaldun? They love driving trucks of peace into each other. The native Germans love exploding with bomb vests on them. You've never been to Germany, got off the airplane and heard mashallah, and you're like, ah, yes, a native German. You think that will fuck you up? Here we go, City of Titans.
On every
this seems like a re-release of DC, the DC one, the DC Online one. But maybe I'm just so fucking cynical after seeing everything else.
Coming MMO list since its successful Kickstarter in 2013. The goal is to basically bring back the spirit of City of Heroes. Development efforts have recently been focused on upgrading to Unreal Engine 5.6. The game isn't currently playable, and there's no early access or release date in sight. The next few games I'm going to mention are highly speculative, and some might just be pure rumors, but I want to give them a quick mention at the end of the video.
This is where Guild Wars 3 should be.
Take all of these with a tiny, tiny grain of salt. Project Fantasy by IO Interactive. IO Interactive pulled the curtain back in 2023 to say they're making a new online fantasy RPG, calling it a passion project and citing fighting fantasy and tabletop RPGs as inspirations. Beyond that, everything is speculation. We know they've said it's online and there's rumours it could be multiplayer or MMO-ish, but that's based on LinkedIn job posts, no official word.
It's not going to be an MMO.
No platform, no release window, so yeah, treat it with a tiny grain of salt. There's been official confirmation that a new EverQuest game is in the works. It's not being described as EverQuest 3, but more of a reboot or reimagining of the original.
We're getting EverQuest remastered.
Have we resolved the problem of questionable females in games and anime that are supposedly more than 1,000-year-old goblins?
Yeah, we have. The solution is on Voucher's computer, because he swears that they're just short stacks he was looking at. There might be a few on Destiny's computer, because apparently he was going for them underage ones too. Don't eat on stream, you make me remember how poor I am. I am eating on stream right now because this is the only meal I've had in the entire day. This fucking sad, minimal stack of chips in front of me is the only meal I've had today. And I'm trying to power my way through this video. So yes, I'm going to pull a fucking Frogan on you. God damn it.
EG7 has hinted at a possible launch window around 2028. Job listings suggest it's an online multiplayer title built in Unreal Engine, but beyond that, nothing concrete is truly known right now. Perfect New World. You may remember this game featuring on a few upcoming MMO lists for the past few years, and after running a closed beta test, it looked set for release at the end of 2023. Since then though, it's gone completely silent. There's been no official shutdown announcement, but also no new updates, which has led to speculation that the project may have been quietly shelved. For now, it's unclear if development is still ongoing, or if this one is dead in the water. Terra 2.
Yay! Now look, say what you want about Terra, but that loading screen was some shit. That was some of the good shit right there.
There's no official announcement from Krafton yet, but Inven Global, a fairly credible Korean outlet, recently reported that Terra 2 is officially in the early stages of development by a new team under Bluehole Studios' R&D division. This could be a rumor, but even if it isn't, the game is still likely super early stages of development, and we're likely not going to see it before 2030. Still, I hope this one is true because the original Terra was a lot of fun. But that's it for this video. There's actually a lot of MMOs in development.
I can't wait for Josh Strife 2 to Josh Strife Hayes to kill Terra 2 just like he did the first game.
Right now, way more than previous years where I've made these kind of lists. And it's cool to see that many games that featured on upcoming MMOs lists year on year have started releasing either fully or in an early access state. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next year for the MMO genre. If you enjoyed this vid or got any value out of it, please help.
Damn. I feel like if I hadn't watched that video, I would have been in the exact same place where I am now. I feel like that felt like the exact same video that he released last time when he did one of these lists. Man, MMOs are in a fucking desperate state. They're in a real bad spot. We're in trouble, boys. We're in real trouble. Mom left us alone in the shopping center.
Rose, how the fuck did you turn a 30-minute video into a 1-hour reaction?
Oh, easily. I speed ran my way through it, that's how. I could go for 5 hours. What happened to Dreamworld? It was just a dream. It never existed in the first place. It's in the name. You should have known that already. Okay, let's play a little bit of Guild Wars 2. Let's do something that's actually enjoyable. Let's do something that makes me not want to throw myself off a fucking roof. Or, you know, poke a hole in my own stomach and drink my own hydrochloric acid. Damn. Damn, all we've got is the old stuff. You know, I can't be mad at people who play World of Warcraft all the time anymore. I get it. I mean, your choices are manifesto and shoot up a school, manifesto and shoot up a church, or manifesto and play World of Warcraft. Except you put your manifesto in the complaint box to Blizzard. Now then, where was I? I believe I was just getting back on track after restoring my PlayStation 5 controller. That Traherne broke, that bastard. Now that we've got Khaled Bulge today, and I'm not even gonna fucking use it, I can finally get back on track with this fucking story. There it is. Finally time. Let's go speak to the ringmaster.
I've seen much, but never such amazing things.
Ryzen Novus is still humming with activity. Timey has made big changes to her lab. Didn't know she had a Labrador. Including adding a simulation device that promises to be very useful. The combat simulation was an interesting exercise, and I smashed it. Okay, so we've done all of that. We're here. Trip to the circus. Look for the next machine. Awesome. Fantastic. Take me on a whirlwind adventure. Sweep me off my feet. Don't tell me about the roofies you put in my drink. Just let me believe that you love me. Stroke my hair. No, not on my head. I don't have any there. Where the fuck is this point of interest? I'm just gonna fucking... Man, I'm so out of it. I'm gonna be honest. That Lazy Peon video was so devastatingly bad. Like, from an emotional standpoint, I feel a little bit flashbanged right now. I feel like it took something from me that I can't get back. Do you think you will catch up to Guild Wars 2 before my grandkids graduate high school? No. Memories, what you're not realizing is that Guild Wars 3 is going to release really, really soon. According to according to Lazy Peon. It's coming out any day now. And I'm just going to drop Guild Wars 2 like a hot potato. Because who doesn't love playing a mobile gacha game that doesn't actually exist and is pure speculation?
Wrong overlay, you are playing with the reaction.
Oh, thank you for telling me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Tony. You're a real one. Now, where the hell is that point of interest gone? God, what am I looking at? Man, I'm fucking out of it right now. Holy shit, I'm out of it after that video. That one really did take something from me. Is that what you wanted to see? Okay, here you go. There's your third-person gameplay view. Anyone who shows up in here, this must be the most confusing webcam angle to ever see. Probably look at this shit like, okay, this person's retarded. I'm leaving. Fuck me. Buddy, where are you? Get to the western part of the island. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. You gotta give me some time. Grandpa's old and his brain don't work so good after Lazy Peon videos. It's like an aneurysm happening in slow motion. Camera down a bit and focus on the cleavage. The problem is my tits are oversized for that of a man, but not attractive enough to match up to that of a woman. It's like a tennis ball in a sock. No one wants to see that. It just makes you sad. So you're trans, no. I'm one of those old school guys. I'm not one of those like new modern ones. You see, I was born with my dick. And it's still attached to me. I know that's a strange thing to hear, right? You thought we all went extinct a while ago, but you know. Man, my wife would be so mad if I was trans. She's a bigot like that, you know. She doesn't understand. She just doesn't get the desperate urge we all have to cut our penises off with the kitchen scissors. Sarah, you want to know something interesting?
You know
about
what?
the TTS?
I'm gonna make the most of the TTS before Benji wastes it and rant a little. In a far later piece of content, you'll be introduced to a group of surprisingly likable characters, and you what Ain't It does turns them into meta bosses that you kill in the next chapter. I cared more for those characters in one fucking strike mission than I did for Dragon's Watch after 2 expansions and 4 Living World seasons. Fuck you, Annette, for actually making likable characters and taking them away from me.
I'm sensing some animosity there. I'm starting to see the rage come out. I'm starting to see the other side of the Guild Wars 2 community, you know? Initially everyone was all hope and optimism, and then Heart of Thorns ended. And it's like you're re-experiencing a past trauma. It's like you're reliving the rape that happened to you in high school. I'm just seeing like slow moments of stress occur on people. And it's like the further ahead I get, the closer we get to it. It's like there's a psychological game being played with you. Soto burned me out. I haven't touched Guild Wars 2 in months because of it. I haven't even got there, so I wouldn't know. I guess we're gonna see. I'm still climbing up the mountain. Yes, I'm still on the upswing, but guess what, Super? That's the time the trauma always shows up for these people, right? Trauma always appears when you're thinking about the good times, and it brings you
Take care
down.
of yourself.
Because you're like, what happened? 1 minute, I was laughing and giggling with the priest, and the next minute the priest was in my ass.
A real customer! Hold on just a minute. I'm not prepared. Welcome to Ember Bay's one and only circus.
Yeah, she's kinda hot.
You'll witness the grandest marvels Tyria has to offer. Want to buy a ticket?
No time right now. I'm looking for an ancient device, dwarven in make. There's supposed to be one nearby. Do you know it?
Searching for antiquity, eh? We've got a piece that may interest you. Not sure it's dwarven, but it sure is old. I might be convinced to let you in free of charge if you give me a hand with my chores. Otherwise, ticket holders only.
Here's my ticket. If you don't grant me access to that machine, the Fire Islands will erupt, taking your circus with it.
Oh, I guess we can overlook protocol for today. Go on in. Behold one of Ember Bay's greatest mysteries.
Man, I'm so glad my character didn't bitch out and just start doing chores. Just put a gun in her mouth and be like, is this ticket good enough for you?
Only 2 more machines to find. Next on the list, the Caldera.
Let's see. Somewhere over there. Are you telling me I have to take the thermal tubes? Maybe I could just teleport my way there. This was my least favorite season, and then the second half of Icebrood's saga. The thing is, like, I kind of took a break from the season to go build Khalid Bolg a while back. And I'm not even using the fucking thing. I need to develop my hero points before I get anywhere. You know what, I feel like the recent expansions have been very unsatisfying to a large majority of Guild Wars 2 players, just from hearing what people have to say about it. And I think I know how to fix that, right? What Guild Wars 2 really needs, if it wants to succeed and get its player base back and caring about the game the way they used to, I think what they need is they need a gacha system. If they just put in some gambling, I'm willing to bet those players will come crawling right back. They'd love it. Oh, man. Have some underage character cranking on a slot machine. It'll feel just like the old age home. You seen all the old people at Las Vegas in those videos where they're just like sitting there, like tapping on a button mindlessly, and somehow that gets them that gets them like a hit of dopamine that gets them through the day. That's what Guild Wars 2 needs. It's got an aging population base. They need to cater to the old people now. Next quest. Save me from my kidney stone. Follow-up quest. What the fuck do you mean my health insurance doesn't cover that? Technically there is gambling, I know. But it could be better. It could be bigger.
I've been petrified.
Let me use the lava tube, goddammit. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm just standing in lava for free. You found a thermal propulsion. Oh, god damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. It has recovered and slightly request your presence. Implore you to visit the chamber in the grove at your... Oh, for fuck's sakes. We'll do that later. Fuck. Are you telling me I need a mastery for this? Then I'm gonna need to go and get a whole mastery thing just so that I can travel in some fucking hot lava. Yes, god damn it. Thermal oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Look at that. Damn, that was pure luck. Okay, that was way too far. That was an overshoot. No, this is not where I planned to be. I'll pass on that one, thank you. Let's go get this waypoint while we're here, at least, though. Yo, where's that waypoint? It's the fire penis, yeah. It's a bit of a UTI. Happens to the best of us. But you know, if you're choosing between burning urine and a condom, at least with the burning urine, you know you got something out of the experience. You've got first-hand proof that you had sex. Now, granted, there may now be a virus slowly working its way into your brain and devouring parts of your central nervous system, but hey, at least you got laid, right? Oh, look, it's one of those things. That's probably the next one. OSRS combat feels more compactful than... Compactful? What do you mean, compressed? Like the way you compress a pillow across a baby's face? What do you mean? You gotta give me a better explanation than that.
Excellent. An assistant arrives. I must remember to thank Timey once we're out of here. Now to business. What do you suppose this contraption is?
It's an ancient dwarven device, one of 4. And if we don't fix it and activate it, this island is going to erupt.
Well, you're surprisingly well informed for an assistant. Okay then. This machine was shattered by a volcanic bomb expelled from the caldera.
Oh, cool.
Parts
There's one. I know exactly where it
If I
is.
get the missing parts,
Send me on my way.
Power it by harvesting latent magical energy from the caldera. I'd certainly appreciate assistance gathering parts and keeping the local wildlife at bay, if you're willing and able.
Okay, I'll get it done.
Collect machine parts. Yeah, commander of an army, assistant to Asura. Yeah, it's very contrived. We all know the real choice here is whether you execute the Asura by putting a gun in its mouth, or whether you dwarf toss it into the lava pit. And I think the difference comes down to giggle factor. Which one's going to be the most entertaining? You know, I'm surprised that, like, Asura aren't considered, like, a kind of delicacy, like a food. Because I can't imagine, like, you know, maybe a Char and a Sylvari, like, sitting around thinking about how to eat this thing. The Char saying something like, I don't like the way they scream. And the Sylvari, just before lowering the Asura into a pot of boiling water, just being like, no, that's just air escaping, don't worry about it. Thoughts on repeatable hard quests being introduced in the season? Why would you take your lowest tier of content, make it repeatable, instead of focusing your development time on adding a new component of interesting content instead of what is essentially your flat leveling system? That's a confusing one for me. Wait, Pirate Gunway has switched games and is now playing Path of Exile 2 badly, apparently. Oh, are you shocked by that? He plays nothing good. I've never seen him play a game and be good at it. He just likes to pretend that he's good at games. If you're gonna suck at games, at least just say, I suck at games. I don't understand his obsession with wanting to, I don't know, feel like he's some... He feels like he wants to be that anime character that you always see that, like, pushes the glasses up and the reflection appears. He seems to be trying his best to be that at all points in time. And then failing miserably because that's such a dumbass idea. How wasn't he good at WoW while he worked at Blizzard? Well, because he wasn't very good at playing the game either, or developing the game, because he didn't develop the game. He worked at Blizzard doing QA for Diablo, and he couldn't even do that right, apparently. Didn't even do his fucking job. Imagine your job is to play fucking video games, and you can't do that. What the fuck? Such a confusing human being, that one. He worked at Blizzard? Yeah, I know, you never would have guessed, right? He never, it's like astounding, he never mentions it.
Gave it my all.
Apparently he got the job all on his own, which is even more impressive, you know? Not many people can do that. Usually people need like a family connection or something to help them get there. But no, not him. His dad didn't even know he got the job until he was 5. I need machine parts, so there's one down there. Okay. Old school RuneScape is no longer being DDoSed ever since he switched. The joke is the player base was DDoSing their own game to get him to fuck off. Well, like, think about it this way, right? A whole bunch of big streamers started giving OSRS a lot of attention recently, right? Now, Thor being Thor has been bitching constantly that people just do things for content all the time, which I think was kind of a self-report on his end, right? He went out of his way to say, oh, people just do things for content, to farm attention, so on and so forth, and then he did the exact same thing he accused others of. Instead of just being like, yes, I'm a streamer, streamers farm attention, it's what they do, that's how they stay relevant, and they're gonna keep on doing that no matter what, so of course I'm gonna do the same thing. But he just couldn't admit that. He just, it's impossible for him. Why would you be a content creator if not to create content? No, you're not understanding, Super Spliff. He does it because he's Jesus. He came back. He died for our sins, and now he's back. Having gay furry sex with men.
You've proven more useful than
Because
I
he's
expected.
never wrong.
Thank you.
There's still one more machine I must activate. Do you know where I can find it?
We detected the signature of another one of these devices in the Mersat
You just don't
Fortress,
get it.
west of here near the coast. We'd have investigated it already, but none of us have dared set foot in that perilous place. Do be careful, Commander.
Do you not remember the passion of the ferret? How pirate software died so your movement could live. How this all happened because of him. How Stop Killing Games got somewhere for a little while. All because he went out of his way to be the villain we needed. The same way Jesus did. You know, the same way Jesus was like a villain to the Jews when he said shit like, be nice to each other. And they were like, that, okay, that's unfucking acceptable. Staple him to a lowercase t, please. Yeah. He's exactly the same. He was actually the person that saved the SKG movement. Without pirate software, we would have went out with a whimper. Instead, we went out with the squeal of a ferret. And I think that means something.
Exploring the world does have its benefits.
Are these... Okay. That'd be fun. That'll be fun. I just gotta do this. Now fuck away from me. Go back home. Fuck off. Get out of here. De-aggro. Bitch. Fuck out of here. That's better. Hey, bud.
Ahoy there, friend. Watch your step up ahead. The fortress is fit with defenses that will tear you to shreds.
Is that what happened to you?
Me? No, not exactly. My name's Grumby. I used to work for the White Mantle as a ferry captain here. Then they started sacrificing people for that bloodstone. And it wasn't long before I found myself on an altar. I stuck around to warn any wayward travelers about the dangers up ahead. So, consider yourself warned.
The warning's appreciated, but I have to get inside that fortress. There's a machine inside I need to activate. If I fail, these islands will be destroyed. How can I get past the defenses?
The defenses only allow Mersat to enter. Anybody who doesn't look the part is cut down where they stand.
Could I disguise myself as a Mersat to fool the defenses?
What? That'll never work. Wait, could that work? That might actually work. There's some Mersat armor nearby. It's very well defended. But if you can get it, it'll make a serviceable disguise.
Only one way to find out.
I nearly
Worst
missed
case
that.
scenario, the Scourge of the Mersat claims another innocent. But at least I'll have some company.
Let's fix that quick. I see that this is at the wrong angle. There you go. There, that's better. So what am I supposed to do for this man? Chest, armor, gloves, boot, helm. Okay, cool. And a mastery point. That's the most important part. You're standing in the lava and dying for a mastery point. Oh, for fuck's sakes. God damn it. Well, that was stupid as fuck. Oh no, I didn't get a waypoint there. Oh well. That's not too bad. Oh wait, shit. I don't think I've selected something yet, have I? Let's see. What's gonna be the next bullshit piece of thing we have to get? New Ark lore. I don't think I need to be racist to frogs yet. Ancient Coda's Flame grants the ability to wield Codan fire magic based on Flame Spirit that's been tamed since the ancient times. Learning this mastery will unlock the first skill while carrying Coda's Flame. In the trust of
7-year-old
strange and
Bram stood
mysterious
with his
exalted.
back to the corner, heart hammering. Hands behind his back, he clenched them, nails digging into his palms. His eyes burned with unshed tears.
You missed out the part where he ran off to his room to listen to My Chemical Romance. Spectral Agony is the 5th downstate skill. Hold on. Mushrooms. Gliding techniques. Man, maybe I need to actually learn these gliding techniques. Maybe that's actually worthwhile focusing on now. But I kind of feel like Exalted Acceptance is going to be important. This game has shown me a pattern of needing the next layer by the next layer. No, like, it needed me to get to 2 in each of these, so why wouldn't it want me to get to 2 in Exalted Lore? shit, I accidentally pressed spacebar. I didn't know you could do that. That's perfect. God damn. Let's go through here. Let's see what's in here. You're fucking kidding me. You're telling me that I'm gonna be... You're telling me my character's too fucking stupid to figure this out. This is bullshit. God damn it. What the fuck? What? No! Oh, fucking hell. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, that was actually a complaint. A lot of Heart of Thorns masteries were initially useless outside of Heart of Thorns, besides gliding. So basically there was a bias towards the mobility skills like there always is in every single MMORPG ever. I don't understand why there's no frogs for me to talk to. I spent so much time getting that one mastery point for it. Damn. If only we had real problems in Guild Wars 2. Like, what the fuck do you mean? The thing they want me to buy is 701 gems. But they come in a pack of 700 gems. That's bullshit. How the hell do we get there? Oh, fuck you. Just die. Ever quit caffeine for a week just to see what it feels like? Yes. I've done that, like, I did that once before when I was in, before I started engineering. When I was, like, maybe 19. Not a fun experience. I slept nearly the entire week. I feel like caffeine has become such an addiction to the human body that give it 100 years and we'll be, like, we'll be so fucking attuned to the stuff that we can't live without it. I mean, hell, we're kind of already there. I don't know why I'm getting the lore tablets when I don't care about them. There we go, that's one of them. Oh, and I can use this to get to that one. Fuck yeah. There we go. That's big brain planning. It's kind of stupid how some convenience packs, like the elite upgrades, are almost as expensive as an expansion. Well, they gotta make money somehow, Ashura. You just don't understand how difficult it is to make a game that you pay for instead of one that emotionally manipulates you into buying shit off of a cash shop. They have to do it. There's just no other way. For just $75 a month, you two can transmog your character to look like a starving African child. And, you know, at the same time, that's when it desaturates and you start hearing In the Arms of an Angel start playing in the background. I feel like I'm not supposed to go this way, but hey, whatever works. Hmm. Hmm. I remember when those commercials used to affect me. You know what? At one point in time, we were all innocent children. Frolicking about, believing that the world had good intentions, just like we did. And then shit like that started being shown to you, and it really put the guilt in you. It made you feel guilty for just existing at a certain quality of life. Oh, damn it. The fucking obelisk from Red Alert is fucking kicking my ass here. Jesus. Do you think... I'm just wondering. I gotta know this from First Worlders. Do you guys ever, like... look at all those like those old ads, those really old ads where they were like, you can stop starvation if you just give us a bag of money, and it's like 10 to 20 years later now. Hell, it's like 3 decades later.
Needs the money to keep creating Chinese MMOs with bitches with huge tits.
Absolutely. Gigantic titties is amazing. You ever look at those like 3-decade-old charity manipulative ads that they used to like twist your arm into like caring about starving children in third world nations? You ever like see recent pictures of those kids and they're still starving? Do you think like First Worlders ever ask themselves like, I thought we fucking solved this. How are you still starving? It's been 3 decades. We've given you so much fucking money. Maybe you didn't need donations. Maybe you needed a fucking job. I wonder if First Worlders ever feel that way. They just look at that shit and they're like, this is bullshit. I gave you money when I was a kid. You did nothing with it. Some boo-boo, this is your fault, okay? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me for 3 decades, shame on you. I gotta be honest with you, it is a little bit of a grift, though. I mean, here, let me show you why it's a little bit of a grift. I can't play that because it's copyrighted. I know it's actually copyrighted. I know exactly which ad that is, Jimmy. Okay. So, I went to an all-boys school, right? But we had a sister school, which was an all-girls school, and we interacted pretty regularly. And there were some real dumb fucking bitches in that school. And they like, with pure, unadulterated levels of a lack of self-awareness, used to say some of the dumbest but funniest shit I'd ever heard in my life. We were shown a picture of like some of the most like decrepit, fucked up places in Africa and some of the people there. And I still remember when we were having this like co-ed kind of like, we're all being educated together with the girls' school, when one of the girls very loudly expressed, I don't understand. What do you mean? They're starving. Look at their big round bellies. And she was so proud of herself, like she'd solved a puzzle. Like these kids didn't just have fucking goiter. It was so impressive. Damn, she was so proud. She was like, oh my god, I figured it out. They're not starving. Why do I look like this? What the fuck happened to me? Oh, that's... Okay, that's the whatchamacallit, the disguise. She was so proud. She was like... She stood up. She said it with such confidence. I nearly believed her. She just stood up and she's like... Why do they keep on saying these African children are starving? Look at their big round bellies. Look how thick their necks are. Obviously they're not starving. Oh, so fucking good.
Well, I'll be. You sure look the part. Those defenses shouldn't trouble you now. Good luck in your search. If you fail and the volcano erupts, at least it'll take this terrible place with it.
You're a Musat now. I'm a fucking Mass Effect character looking like this. Like discount Garrus Vicarian here. Oh, back up the goddamn hill. We came all the way down here for a slice of conversation. You're now a Grand Dragon. I don't know, the hat's not pointy enough. I feel like the White Mantle people really had like a thing going for them. This one just kind of feels contrived. This is like some busy work shit. Oh damn, how do I get up there? Oh, don't tell me I need to...
Timey is a dating app that caters to the LGBTQI+ community. The network matches its registered users based on their selected preferences and location. Originally an online dating service for gay men, by 2022, Timey had become an app for all members of the LGBTQI+ community.
I don't know why you're telling me those memories. I don't know why you're telling me about the HDTV LG community. I'm gonna need these stupid fucking things, aren't I? To try and get up there. There has to be another way. There has to be another way. I don't believe that that's the only mechanism up there. Never buy an LG TV. The dog shit. Listen, I'm never buying a TV. What do you mean an LG TV? Jesus. Oh, thank God. I nearly went to the wrong place. I accidentally went to the right one. These guys enslaved the White Mantle. You're telling me they enslaved the KKK? What are they, Jews? Timey the Asura created the app. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. Not even she wants to fuck Brahim. And Brahim's really trying his luck with anything.
Might and glory.
Looks like something heavy was dragged into the fissure. And you know what that sounds like? That sounds like not my fucking problem. Time to leave. Just want to say the pre-hot react stream was a great idea. Yeah, I'm going to do the same with the next one once I'm through the Living World season. Oh, here we go. Back to the dwarf.
Downright peaceful. Guess you found all of the contraptions, huh? Of course, it won't be long until the torrent builds again. Perhaps by then I'll have these script whipped into shape. Hey, you still with me, friend? You've got this faraway look in your eyes.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh shit, geometric shapes.
Hey, where'd you float off to just now? You all right?
I just had a vision. Pretty ominous one.
A vision? You sure it's not just the heat playing tricks on you?
This was no hallucination. I have to get back to Taria as soon as possible.
Guess I'll have to take your word for it. Well, thank you for the help, friend. The Fire Islands owe you a great debt.
A world of possibilities awaits.
God damn. I was completely distracted by how this guy's just passed out right here. This guy, this buddy right here has got to have a dick drainer of a wife if that's how he's falling asleep. Jesus Christ.
I miss my legs.
She must have wrung him out like he's a fucking raisin if you fall asleep like that with your arms in the air. That's the I surrender pose. But that midget gave you LSD. That's a cool midget. Usually you have to pay exorbitant amounts of money for that. He just gave it to us for free. We didn't even have to suck him off or anything. Reminder that you're carrying that dwarf's dick around. I mean, someone has to. As the commander, it is not a burden to be carrying around a dwarf dick. Especially when we have to drag around our gigantic fucking balls wherever we go. A little bit of a dwarf dick, that's not that much of an issue. I'll pick my teeth with that dwarf dick. Now where the fuck is that? It's there, isn't it? Okay, no, it's there. It's there. I'm just fucking stupid. By the way, that's one of the, that's one of the most devastating things I've seen happen to guys. Like, I think, listen, this whole idea of sending people dick pics unsolicited is like really lowbrow retard shit. Because women will fucking devastate your life if you do that. You'll send them a dick pic and the first message back will be like, what the fuck? Why'd you send me a picture of a fucked up thumb? Or, ew, what is that? Oh my god, why is it so small?
We tried to get word to you. I contacted your friends to see if they could locate you too.
Never send your dick in a picture over your phone.
Is everything
the UK government's looking at it first and cock raising you.
Commander. Flint's second scion will soon be here.
That's... We should get inside. Marjorie and... Keith. You called Keith too?
I wasn't called, but I was...
Hey, baby! Man, she looks so much better in this dress.
Very exciting.
You can fuck off.
I thought he was with you.
He's indisposed. Ruka, can we all go in?
I'm sorry, but you're still the only one attuned to the chamber. The magical barrier will not allow us.
Great. I'll just stay out here with the glowy guy.
It will give us a chance to catch up, Marjorie.
Don't be gone too long, Commander.
Head to the egg chamber. Generally speaking, the egg chamber is about here, if I remember correctly. But she's a lesbian, so it doesn't work properly. A guy in my high school sent a pic to a girl once, full on floppy. He got bullied for an entire rest of the high school. Why'd he send it soft? What's wrong with him? Is his dick like light sensitive? He took the picture, it flashed, and it just went flaccid immediately. You never judge a dick by its flop length. You gotta have full-on hard-on length. That's how you judge a dick. Some people are growers, they're not showers. Other people are showers, not growers. Or if you send her a picture of your dad's dick, of her dad's dick, but she's just gonna recognize that because she sees it every morning. You know, along with the phrase, don't tell mom. Or this will be our little secret. Speaking of dicks, I don't know if I've told you this. My mother used to be like a transplant coordinator. Which means like she was the person who was like procuring organs. Oh wait, shit. Okay, this is important. Holy fuck. Oh Jesus, it's ugly as all hell. Oh, it's genetically defected. It's like a pug. Why is it so ugly? It's blue, it's not getting enough oxygen.
Commander, the chamber! Something's wrong! Hold them off while I write this.
Man, that's the shittiest looking Pokemon I've seen in a while. Of course it needs rescuing. It also needs a little bit of euthanasia.
This technology is centuries old. Something must have malfunctioned.
Rose wanted a fuckable baby dragon. Well, it's not my fault. I'm not doing it because I want to, Douglas. I'm doing it because we all know that the path to fame and success in streaming or YouTube is you gotta fuck a baby. That's how you get famous. And then you fuck the baby, you have incriminating sexting calls with it all the time, you admit to it on camera, and you store it away, and 7 years later you'll be famous with millions of dollars, and then your career will be collapsed and over. But hey, don't worry, you can pay bail. I don't make the rules. How it is. It builds character. It certainly builds a type of character. How did Dr. Disrespect and Andrew Tate get back on their platforms? Well, because for Dr. Disrespect it's all plausible deniability, blah blah blah. Yeah, you know, he kind of Michael Jacksoned his way in and out of that. For Andrew Tate, I don't think he's on YouTube anymore, is he? I don't know, it's been a while since I've heard about him. He might be gone. I don't know where that man is. His bald ass just kind of vanished. Pick up the pustule. Hurl at the weaponry. I don't know what that means. What weaponry? I'm supposed to just kill shit, I suppose? Anytime I ever hear about Tate these days is a random Reddit post raging at a tweet he posted. I think he's kind of fallen from grace. I think he had his 15 minutes of fame and then it was up. And then everyone got tired of the same shtick. They wondered, why the fuck am I listening to this guy? Why am I listening to this guy who keeps on talking about how much I need to beat the shit out of women or whatever the fuck? And they're like, damn, why am I listening to him when I could be physically abusing women right now instead? I'm missing out on this opportunity. Holy fuck, I just got swarmed.
Lazarus, leave immediately. Marjorie, Kate.
They're tied up in battle as well. I do not come with ill intentions.
Then earn my goodwill. Don't let the destroyers up those stairs.
Were you the one who sent Muck the chainmail knight hoodie? No.
It would be a pity to have your second
I would have
life
loved to, but if I send something from my mail service, there's about a 70% chance that it's never getting anywhere and it's gonna disappear into the mail system. The postal office in my country is exceptionally corrupt. I was even lucky that I got my my Muckluck plushie at all. I'm still waiting for the fleshlight I'm gonna attach to it. Corrupt, use the vol orb. Yeah, no, I'd love to. I wish that solved issues. Unfortunately for me, however, there are not enough vol orbs to clear all of this corruption. Corrupt, but they're black. Why are you repeating yourself? The last Twitch has posted 1 hour ago and the first phrase is, "My dad was black." This last Twitch has posted... What do you mean? What the hell are you reading, Keith? Are you okay? Is the LSD kicking in? Did you get the flashlight? No, I'm still waiting for it. It's highly likely that there's a post office worker who's having sex with my meme fleshlight right now. The plushie that was, the fleshlight that was supposed to go deep inside the Asurusi of that plush toy is instead being used by a black man who's just hollowing it out right now. He's got a dick as wide as a Coke can, and he just fucked it up in 3 seconds. Ah, fuck. I thought I was out of that.
I'm fading fast.
Throw some rocks like a Palestinian child, that'll solve it. Just slowly move backwards while I do this.
Bleeding.
This just seems mostly like a fight of avoidance.
Might and glory.
Oh, fuck. Nearly got me. Oh, come on, that was bullshit. I was out of that one. I know you're into Guild Wars 2 a lot right now, but Path of Exile 2 campaign lore in Act 4 is starting to take shape, and I feel like you'll probably enjoy it. I'll get there eventually. Since I'm probably going to be focusing on a lot more video games, I'm probably going to dedicate a lot more time to other video games. Path of Exile 2 will probably be one of them. My concern with Path of Exile is I may spend hours of my life doing nothing.
I was trying to say,
but looking at builds,
Andrew Tate tweet was posted 1 hour ago,
and figuring out builds for myself and not moving at all. Just staring into it like dead space for 3 hours while I do stuff. I should take this guy to Lazarus, shouldn't I? Make my life nice and easy. You, come here. You wanna fight me? Fight me next to the big angelic Tyrael ripoff motherfucker. Oh fuck, he's just going for the shield. Oh fuck, he doesn't care. Ah, god damn it. Let me pick myself up, since I'm inside the shield. Never mind. I can go fuck myself, apparently. Allah! It's really depressing that the suicide vest does nothing. Get these fuckers off the shield. I might actually fail this. I think I will, actually.
Might and glory.
Please, God, just kill this fucking thing. And you need like a hard focus on this fucker. Ah, for fuck's sakes. Is Tangier already used up? No. As far as I'm aware, there's a setting somewhere in there that is effectively, it limits it now, like this is a new setting where it limits the character limit of free uses per user as opposed to a maximum overall for every single user. So it's kind of like so one person can't take it away from everyone else, if that makes sense.
The longest time to beat a story boss because of the typical MMO player reading comprehension.
So everyone gets to be an equal opportunity bastard with it. But also, sometimes it takes forever to respond for no reason whatsoever. Jesus.
Take that.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, come on. It's not that they don't trust us with a real suicide vest, Douglas. It's just that, you know, with a low self-esteem terrorist. You know, our wife told us we had a small dick before going out with the bomb vest. And, you know, low self-esteem. I'm not gonna take out a plane. I think I'll just try kill 3 people with me. You know, all things in moderation. Don't want to overdo it, you know. Be a real inconvenience that way if you did it, if you just went for more than 3 people. Throw the pustules at it, but why would I do that? That sounds like a game mechanic, and I don't see myself playing a tank or a healer. I'm partially behaving like this because I'm fucking tired. Man, that lazy peon video really devastated me. It fucked me up beyond all belief. Yeah, just because you asked so nicely.
Might and glory.
There, look, it's still alive, see? It did nothing. And now I'm getting information about world versus world. There we go. God, finally.
Throw the fucking pustules at it for Emperor's sake.
What's happening?
Oh, there's the TTS.
Commander. The barrier has
That
been
took a while.
restored. The Scion of Glint is safe.
Not until that Massat is out of here.
A Mersat?
Man, what a fuck up of a dragon this is. What happened?
I never thought I'd encounter one.
You are the dragon's champion and shepherd.
This thing's definitely gonna have breathing issues.
Impurity directly. The Mersat I was in the Tales of the Forgotten is dead. I have been reborn. Only to save ourselves when the dragons rose. But now, I see we must all stand against the
shit, someone's talking
to
here.
save everyone.
You hope to align
That's
yourself
Tyrael.
with me.
You have killed 2, have you not?
I'm just need to do a comparison quickly here. What do you think? Looks about right. Yeah, it's about the same.
To repower myself, but also, how many countless lives were saved?
What's the angle you're running? What's in an alliance for you?
The salvation of this world. The White Mantle is splintered. Those who follow Codicus and those loyal to me. I can make them a force for good. Another spear in an army against the dragons.
This is the same accord the Mersat struck with the Forgotten. Then, they simply broke their word and disappeared.
That was a cowardly act of self-preservation, and something I will not repeat.
You seem earnest enough, so I hope you'll understand when I tell you there's no way I can agree to this. I can't keep an eye on you at all times.
I have an idea, Commander. I'll do it. I'll dig into his claim. And if Lazarus is truly changed, we can reassess the situation.
I welcome any inquiries.
Oh, it'll be much more than that. I'm going to be embedded with you, shadow your every move.
Marjorie, can I speak with you a moment?
I love how racist this woman is. She just hates everything that's not human. It's fantastic. Look at this fucking twigger over here pretending she did nothing wrong. God damn it. Piece of shit, we should have killed you by now. These are the most racist tits in Guild Wars 2, and damn are they fantastic. Missing all the important idiot Dragon Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna read through it later anyway, Furion.
He absorbed the Bloodstone's power. We obviously can't just easily put him down if his story doesn't check out.
He's touched death.
I'm gonna replay through this entire thing offline as well anyway, so.
Something. The necromancer in me wants to find out more. And who knows?
I can't let you do that. It could be a trap. It's probably a trap. It's almost certainly a trap.
There's something about him. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And I can't tell if it's in a good way or a bad way. But I do plan to find out. I'm glad to be a part of Dragon's Watch, and I appreciate you looking out for me. But I won't be told what I can or can't do.
Okay, but with what time? I will find the time. Especially since I have to edit together an entire Guild Wars 2 video. About this whole thing. Absolutely, I'll have to find the time. I have to get B-roll footage anyway. She's a strong, independent Asian woman.
Lazarus, let's move out.
With a Ching Chong sword that contains the soul of her sister on her back. She walks everywhere because she's at least self-aware enough to know she can't drive to save her fucking life. If you put Marjorie behind the wheel of a sedan, she would be more destructive than Mordramoth and fucking Zaitan put together. And she knows that. Alright, let's listen to the worst character imaginable.
I can't help but feel like I'll be explaining this to Casimir shortly. Given what happened today, I'd feel a little better if someone I knew was watching the chamber.
No, Syro.
Someone you trust.
Yes. So, could you ask Timing to get here right away?
You're joking with me. I take that as a good sign.
You've been a lot of things, Keith, but you've never been an enemy of this dragon.
You've been
I
a
lay down my
twigger.
life for... what should we call it?
You goddamn.
Her name is Aurene.
You decided that quite fast.
It wasn't a decision. I just knew.
Then no harm will come to Aurene while I still breathe.
Thanks, Keith. After the coming battle with his changed, more powerful Primordus, I hope any of us are still breathing.
That's even worse.
It's all skill and a little luck.
That's even worse. I thought like maybe it was a male dragon, right? Which would make it okay. It's like how you get away with being ugly. Like if you're a guy, you can get away with it. You could be like some Pete Davidson motherfucker who just like, you know, you slip under the radar and still somehow make it through by just conning everyone. But this is a girl dragon?
Say hello to Aurene, the biggest plot device in this game for the next 8 or so years worth of content.
Beautiful. It's funny because she's even making sounds like I don't know if any of you have ever owned a pug, but these things should not fucking exist, right? And that's exactly what this fucking dragon is. They tried to make it all cutesy, and it just looks like a disaster. Jesus Christ. Come on, Rose. Even uglies get a glow up after a few years. She doesn't need a glow up. She needs a nuke. She needs the brightness of the sun. It's funny. He said he just knew her name was Aurene. Man, if I was in that room, it's like, what's her name? Fucking disaster. How did you know? I just did. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm back into Guild Wars 2. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. We're getting back into it. So I'm gonna stop there. I'll tell you why. That lazy peon video fucking destroyed me. I'll be honest with you. It took something out of me. Like, I can't focus properly. I'm like missing components of the story. And it's not even when I'm alt tabbed out. It's like, man, I shouldn't have watched that lazy peon video. That really fucked me up. That made life real bad. I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna be playing more Guild Wars 2 this week. I'm gonna be streaming every single day that I can. Probably not on a Friday, probably not on a Saturday, but every other day My goal is to stream every single day. Every single fucking day aside from Friday and Saturday. That's my ultimate goal. Tomorrow, because I'm cutting it short here, tomorrow we're going to start with Guild Wars 2, and I'm just going to play Guild Wars 2. I'm not going to fucking worry about anything else, because I really want to get through Living World Season 3 and get into the next expansion. Since the sword contains her sister, if you rail her while using the sword to pin her down, pin her down until her legs are jelly, is considered a threesome. No, it's not. Your sister's dead. It's considered necrophilia. Just rub your balls on the sword. So, this is what's going to happen. We're going to start next stream with Guild Wars 2. That's going to be the aim. I might play Guild Wars 2 plus another game. Or I might just stick with Guild Wars 2 depending on how good Living World Season 3 is. I think I need to change the way I do things because I like having a high attention span on components of Guild Wars 2 when I'm playing it. I fucking hate playing this game when I'm not paying attention or when I'm drained out from a lazy peon video that told me nothing. Right? That takes away from the experience. And I would rather take my time taking forever to get through shit and actually enjoy it rather than forcing my way through content, grinding myself down, and then I make some shitty fucking comment like, it's just not a very good game because I didn't pay attention. That's not fair. Are you making a schedule? Yes, Keith. I'm making a schedule. So, I will see you fuckers tomorrow. I'm actually looking forward to this, despite how fucking hideous this disaster of an abortion is here. I'm just saying, that egg we were dragging around all this time, god damn, it must have fallen down the fucking steps a few times. You know that whole phrase? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Well, this one got hit by the fucking lawnmower while it was laying in the grass. Jesus Christ. So I'll see you fuckers next time. Go live your life. I don't know what you're doing here. Goodbye. Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. That's where we're starting. Go enjoy yourself. And whatever you do,